Warm Casablanca, Morocco. We're here for the penultimate day of the African Esports Championships as we've got our third place playoff game. It's Namibia, may I say, taking on Egypt. They've already played once in the group, so they get a little rematch here in the playoffs, all for that prize of $5,000. It's not bad.
No, definitely not. Yeah, and a chance to kind of get some more experience, prove yourself some more. I've got to say already, like I think Namibia was like the kind of the surprise of the tournament for me.
Yeah.
Super unknown region, obviously, just not clear how much is happening in Counter-Strike, but pretty clear, I would say, that the guys who on the team, like they know what they're doing, right? Like they have like real experience with the game. I think it's super exciting. It means there's like a real platform to build on in the future. Egypt, definitely we expected to be good from the beginning, and they have been very interesting, very exciting, like individual players. They did kind of get shut down a little bit in that game yesterday. Unfortunately, like the second map was really rough on them. But still, like they're super talented, so it's interesting.
I think also showcases as well coming in towards this tournament just how well Tunisia and South Africa have played as well. They were kind of both in the group of death, right? And I think they both came through it. You know, it was pretty tough, right? I had Morocco over there as well, who looked pretty solid, and they were able to kind of overcome that, coming towards the playoffs, and then both teams from Group A going in towards the playoffs and booking their spots to the World Esports Championship. So all in all, a very good showing from them. And I think now we've got to give a lot of credit to what they've done and actually probably what the future looks like for them as well, because South Africa is a region that we know has a lot of talent, but it could be the case for Tunisia going forward as well, where we get to see some more talent coming through from there, maybe even get that chance on an international stage as well.
I mean, that's how it starts, right? Like, it starts with you kind of like getting the experience, getting hooked on the game, and then, maybe you got a couple of local heroes that you look up to that will kind of teach you some stuff, and then, if you have the talent for it and the passion for it, eventually, like, you can get there, right? Like, I think that's one of the cool things about esports. So, like, hopefully, we can do that. Like, we've already seen that, I think, in the sort of European adjacent region. We've got, like, more and more players coming up from countries that just, like, otherwise are almost not represented, right? But it happens every once in a while somebody slips through, and that's super cool. I think that's always enjoyable. I believe we do have the bracket for you guys to take a look at. So, obviously, Tunisia and South Africa are going to be battling at some point. But for today, it's Namibia versus Egypt down there in the third place decider. I don't know. Like, I think a lot of these games were better than I was expecting, to be honest. Like, I think like the Tunisia-Namibia game that we started with, definitely like a much higher quality game than I thought it was going to be. So cool.
Especially considering we've basically only seen Tunisia drop one map across all the open qualifiers and on towards the land stage. I mean, they look like such a dominant force, and they only dropped one map against South Africa in the group. So we kind of came in towards this game with. We didn't really know what to expect out of Namibia, but our expectations were they were the underdogs, right? And they didn't kind of come in as that, but they still were able to make it competitive and even potentially at times open the doors to conversation there about maybe even taking a map or maybe pushing Tunisia the distance.
I think so, yeah.
I think they had a lot of great moments. I think, Shackles looked really great when it comes towards the clutches. He looked very, very solid. Nowhere had his moments as well. So I think having these players that can kind of step up, again, could be quite good for the future. I mean, for these guys, we had a chance to speak to them briefly, and they were talking about how in their sort of scene, they can really only play against teams from South Africa, being a bordering country. But even then, there's probably slight ping issues as well. And then that's it. If they want to play teams anywhere up towards North Africa or in towards the Middle East, we're talking 100+ ping bare minimum. So, just due to their region in a way, you do get limited amounts of prac. And I think they're doing really, really well for what limitations they do have upon them. And then over on the other side as well, we got to catch Egypt. And we saw them in the qualifiers. They looked very competent in the qualifiers too. And they came in towards the tournament and more of the same. We knew they were a side who were at least potentially scared. They're the only team who took 10 rounds off Tunisia in the open quals, so we had to give them credit there. And they came in and played exactly like that, right? And now, of course, they got the chance to once again take down Namibia, right? They already played them in the group stage. They were both over in Group B, and it was a pretty one-sided game in Group B as well. It was a 2-0 towards Egypt. So they're looking to probably try and do more of the same. But Namibia, I guess the great thing is you can sort of learn from your experiences and now say, right, how can we change it up? Whether that's in terms of the veto, whether that's in terms of the prep, their counter-stratting, and all of the rest.
Yeah, we're going to get a chance to see them here, the Namibian team, what their lineup looks like. But I mean, I think you're right. Also, they're going to have a little bit more experience. Maybe if some of the nerves have died down. Yeah. Shackles, Chura, Nowhere, Kazi, and Iesf. And I've got to say, like, individually, just, they all had their moment of stepping up. I think Shackles is definitely the guy who's really, like, leading the pack. But overall, I don't think any of them, they didn't look lost. It wasn't like, we were watching like one or two players, which can happen, I guess. Like, you're like, oh, they don't really know what they're doing. Like, say they all were like super competent. So, very, very cool. And if you have some of those nerves being on stage, maybe now like you've tried it a couple of times, now you feel like, all right, we know what it's about, and you can just kind of play the game.
Yeah, exactly. You're kind of used to it now. I mean, they would have played most of their group games as well on the stage as well, but probably just not on stream or not in front of a crowd. So I think by now they're sort of used to it. I guess it's the small things for newer players that are a little bit different, where you have to come to a thing, to a sort of stage, to a desk that you're not used to an environment that you're not used to, set up everything. It can be a little bit different, right? And it can catch people off guard. And I think it's small things as well when you're in the game. We can always talk about it where when you're in an arena, sort of like we are, where it's the vibrations and things like that can always make things just feel a little different to what is the comfort of your home. Over on the other side, of course, Egypt. This side for us were very, very solid all the way throughout the qualifiers, and of course, even got to catch them yesterday. They had their moments. Bingo for me is somebody that continues to step up, and he looked really good. Wesso in that second map had his moments as well, despite the map really not looking all too great for them. So I think all in all, Egypt have a lot of talent spread across this team.
Yeah, no question about it. Like they really are a strong team. Maybe there was a little bit of the mental on the second map yesterday, but overall, yeah, they're a competent team. So yeah, I think Bingo's like he seems like a fun character in the server. Like he's willing to take a bunch of fights when his teams really need to. Like he's the guy to sort of step up. So but yeah, across the board, like it's true they've all had their individual moments. I think it's one game where Alone was like dropping 30 kills, something like he was going completely wild. So yeah, I expect Egypt are the favorites coming into this one, but I don't think it's such a huge gap that it's like a foregone conclusion. Like I think like we always try to say this, like it's a new day, a new game. All it takes is like a couple of players to have like be on their A game, and it can really change the whole dynamic. So we'll see.
Absolutely, of course. So they've already, like we mentioned, played in the groups. When they did play, I've got the map here. It was Mirage and Ancient what they played. It was 2-0 towards Egypt. Egypt picked in towards Ancient, that map number 2. The first map was Mirage, picked by Namibia, and the score of that was 13-6, 13-8. So it was relatively one-sided. But I guess one thing we can mention to you is the veto's completely different heading in towards today's one. The veto we've got for you is Anubis on map number 1, picked in by Egypt. On map number 2 is Inferno, picked in by Namibia, and if we need it Mirage, then that decider. So I think already you can see the little bit of changes coming through, right? Where I guess maybe even not just on Namibia's side, where they're thinking, right, this veto didn't go well for us. Let's change it up. Let's go a completely different direction. Let's go in towards like some Inferno and try and change things up. And Inferno didn't look too bad for them yesterday either.
It didn't. No. I feel like Anubis has played in every single best of 3 that we've
always map 1 as well.
Crazy. Like there's a huge. I don't mind. I think it's a good map, but yeah, definitely kind of curious. Seems to be a favorite of the region at the moment. Okay, so different maps, and yeah, like that could also be a bit of a benefit, maybe to Namibia, maybe a chance to surprise Egypt a little bit. Yeah, I mean, we sometimes say you learn more from losing anyway. So if they had time, they can go back. They can kind of think about like, okay, what went wrong? Like, what exactly did we lose to? Obviously, it's very difficult if it's raw firepower because it's hard to make up that difference in no time. But sometimes you make really basic mistakes that can be fixed from one day to the next. So
yeah, and we kind of saw it for both of these sides yesterday. In Namibia, they had these moments where they were really pushing Tunisia the distance. You see them actually getting really hyped up as well. That was the big thing where individuals like Nowhere, for example, really trying to fire at the team, and it was working actually very, very well. And on the other side, we were seeing with the likes of Egypt when they were playing against South Africa, right? OT in towards map number 1, they really made a conversation out of that. So we had these really decent moments yesterday, and if they can kind of work off that, learn off it, and then head in towards today, it really can help things out. And yeah, I mean, the big thing is probably for us is just looking about how Namibia now trying to adjust to what is already an opponent played and lost to, how you try and learn from that, like you mentioned in the second time of asking, right? Can we try and pull off something a little bit different? While it's not a World Esports Championship spot on the line, still $5,000, it's no joke.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's a sick experience, right? And it like even sometimes winning even just a little bit of money could be because obviously it has to distribute it out between them, but like it just could be very nice to like it legitimize what you're doing to your friends and family, right? Like you had to go home and say, hey, listen, like we had a great experience. One, it's cool to travel to another country, but also like we brought something home, and it just feels a little bit more real in that sense. It's true. I think it's nice. I think it could be cool for them to walk away with a little bit of that. That'd be nice. Yeah, I think for me as well. Whenever I've spoken to sort of pros in the past and done interviews with them, the big thing I always ask them the question of how do you kind of convince your parents or your friends or whatever that what you're doing is like a career here.
here, and they always said, well, the easiest way is just bringing back a paycheck, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's one of those small things that really can help. But I think obviously just getting the chance to travel to another part of the world. I think we spoke with Namibia, and they were saying, I think for them it was a 35-hour travel day, right? Ridiculously long. That's going to go into Europe and then back out again. So in that sense, right, it'd be nice to sort of, after a real hard-earned travel day, sort of earn something and walk home with that. But I think even still, the experience alone is enough, right? For a region that doesn't get a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike action on an international and a kind of global stage, to now be able to play an international LAN in front of people in an arena like this, I think it is really cool.
Yeah, I think it's something that will, kind of keep them motivated into the future, and hopefully we'll be back with, more events in the region. We were talking about this earlier, probably a little handful of countries up north and possibly South Africa as well, where you could you could host some of these events in the future. I think that'd be very exciting, to kind of keep things growing. Obviously, the cool thing about this is that each country sort of has their own organization that's organizing the infrastructure of esports in the country. You keep investing into that, and you're just going to the level will improve over time. So yeah, cool. I think it's let's keep doing it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm always going to be biased and say I'd love to see it in South Africa.
Yeah, of course.
I had a chance to go home, but
I'm down. I've never been there. Obviously, that'd be another check on the travel itinerary. That'd be really sick.
And we could also get you a vuvuzela to take home. So you get
huge fan, by the way. Yeah. I don't even watch football, but I have seen so many clips of those. It makes me laugh every time. So
well, they're everywhere. So get you one of those. That's nice and easy. But yeah, exactly. There's a few other countries as well up in this sort of region, which would be really cool to check out. I mean, Egypt as well. I've been on there on holiday when I was a kid, but I'd love to kind of go as an adult and check out some of the other cities. I'd love to go to Cairo as well. I've heard good things. I went to, I think it was Sharm el Sheikh. I think it was, but this is years ago. I was 8 or 9. But yeah, a place like Cairo, see the pyramids. That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah, I think it's just it's a cool project in that sense. I think people forget sometimes esports is still its infancy. There are a million things, even at a super tier 1 level. There's 100 million things to fix and improve. So you got to build it from the ground up. I think you got to build the infrastructure all the way from the have a funnel so that people can be discovered in local regions and kind of make it through. And we don't have to copy the whole sports model, but I mean obviously one of the cool things about regular sports is you do find football players from all kinds of different countries, and suddenly they're fast tracked into some club in Europe or whatever, right?
Yeah.
We do have the veto, I believe. So just in case you missed that, we've got a bit of a chance to look at. Excited what was picked and banned here. It's Anubis, Inferno, and deciding it Mirage if we need to. Yeah, good maps. No real complaints. Vertigo still hate it forever. Although I've noticed in the tier 1 space, people are starting to pick it up a little bit now. It's slowly making its way back.
Yeah, exactly that, right? So it's starting to make it. You can see as well where things have kind of changed a little bit. I mean, even towards this, in the first time they played in the veto, Egypt picked in towards Ancient and won it 13-8, but this time it banned it second wave. So there's small things like that where the changes have come through. Namibia, for them, in their first wave, they picked out Mirage, but this time they floated it towards that end as well. So you can see where these sort of changes have come through. And I guess on the other side, where Anubis, it was that floated map in the first veto. This time Egypt, I think probably off the back of yesterday, I've thought, okay, we can actually play this at a pretty good level. Let's pick into this. Let's try to make this a regular part of the veto. They actually played it quite a lot in the open quals, so I'm actually surprised to, even yesterday, or no, not even yesterday, a couple of days ago when they played it in the groups, why they let it float. I think it, for me, has felt like one of their better maps. So it's one of those where I think these changes in vetoes actually potentially could work both ways. I think for Egypt, it's actually going into one of their strengths, which is that Anubis. I think they do play good Counter-Strike onto it. But for Namibia as well, on a map that's quite puggy like that, it does kind of give them the opportunity to be able to kind of fight fire with fire. We know Egypt are a side who like to play quite aggressive, like to play a lot of these kind of set defaults, especially on the T side. And that's when Namibia, on a map like Inferno, can start to put a lot of pressure on them. And this is a sort of veto that does have the potential of going towards 3. We haven't actually seen any 3 mappers so far. It's all been 2-0s all the way through. So this is the one that, for me, feels like either this or Tunisia. I think the grand final, the Tunisia-South Africa game, it went 3 maps in the group, so it has the real potential, just off the rip, to go 3 maps again. Those sides seem very, very evenly matched.
Yeah, that's kind of a good point. We had a lot of overtime, but never that third map. So kind of interesting how that plays out. But yeah, I agree. That last game could absolutely could deliver, and it could kind of set the beginning for a little bit of rivalry between the two nations. So that could be really fun, right? If they are the top seeded for now, then we'll see what happens over the next year, and maybe there'll be a reason to try and sort of reclaim that spot, whoever loses. So that's going to be kind of interesting. Yeah, I think I still think Anubis in some ways can be kind of a scary map to play, just again because of that sort of strong T-sidedness.
Yeah.
I don't think we've really yet seen in the tournament anyone that completely collapses on the CT side, but just I've seen it in the past where it's like it's so hard to get any CT rounds, and it just like you just feel like wow, it is like playing kind of a really old nuke or something where you get like 2 rounds on the T side, and then you have to play a flawless second half, and mentally that can be hard.
Yeah.
But I like the map. It's always in the back of my mind that what do you do if you can't do anything in the like on the CT side and like.
Yeah, it's very true. And I mean, I think there was a kind of a pretty good argument about when this map first came into the pool of should any map ever actually be T-sided, right? And I think that's probably kind of a strong argument to have because the T-side guns are better, T-side economy is better. So should a map actually be T-sided? Is that inherently a bad thing? But I think it's actually a nice little change up, right? Every other map, and in some ways, is CT-sided. Even the most statistically even map, which is Inferno, is still 52% CT-sided. So still a little bit over in that way. This is the only one that actually has that sort of T-sidedness about it. And in a way, it's a nice little kind of curveball in the map pool.
Yeah, my main argument has always been something like, if you have T-sided maps, you're fundamentally just watching the CT side try to guess, like, and try to like roll the dice on where the defense is going to be, right?
Yeah.
Like to the point where at some point it actually is tactically probably smarter to just stack 4-1 and do it like on A and B, like 4 people A, 4 people B, like because. If you're right, then you might win the round.
It's true.
But if you try to play it normally and the T's have all the advantages, then all you're doing is like you're stretching yourself super thinly. You lose a bunch of those fights, and it doesn't really go. So I don't think Anubis was ever that bad. But I mean, obviously the worst case scenario for me was probably the Cobble in the past.
Yeah.
Where you ended up with like these just completely roll the dice on the CT defense, and it's hard to tell a story around that. You're like, okay, like they I guess they got it right this time. That's sick, but
yeah, I gotta say I'm pretty securely in the anti-cobblestone sort of group here. I think that map has massive nostalgia bias. People don't realize sort of how bad it was at the pro level. It was pretty rough to watch. I mean, obviously you would have been casting it as well, but I remember when I was just getting into Counter-Strike, that's when Cobble was sort of around its peak, and it was always the map I hated watching. It just didn't. None of it made really any sense.
It's almost bizarre because I think my argument would be that because the map was bad, it actually did create like some really insane highlights. Because the only way to win it sometimes really was to try and like you had to win a crazy 1v4. So it's that, and then obviously the Dragon Lord drops that kind of made everyone.
People are jaded by the Dragon Lord. You're not getting one. It's not happening. Like as much as people they'll play Cobble for the thought that they're going to get a Dragon Lord, it's not going to happen. So just give it up. But I do think you're right. I think a lot of people get jaded by the highlights because there's plenty of them, but they're actually, in a way, is that a good thing? I don't know. It's a weird. I'd much rather see Train or Cash come back first. I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like potential other like future maps are out there. Like I think
just new ones, right? Yeah.
Yeah, like try to switch it up. Everyone always complains at the beginning, but after a while, people kind of adjust and get used to it. Yeah. I say everyone, but I feel like both Ancient and Anubis were kind of adopted by the community almost instantly. People are like, oh, this is cool.
I always feel like it's they call it that vocal minority, right? Where it's just like the small people who don't like it, they just shout the loudest, but most people are like, that's pretty good. Like, and they just kind of just keep their opinions to themselves. I always thought that for me, Anubis and Ancient got a lot of love out the gates when they came in.
That's
it's something new, it's something different, and I think people need a change. I think we've had we had before that actually quite a stale map pool for a long time. It was the same sort of maps just being rotated in and out. I always like the additions of Anubis and Ancient coming in. I do hope we get more community maps. I've seen a lot of them played in things like Mapcore, for example. So there's sort of a Face It hub, which is all community-made maps, and a lot of them made by big ex-mappers, Cat Food and FM Pone and this, that, and the other. And they've all kind of had maps made and tested through there, and it's good for them. It's obviously good for us to play as well. So I'd like to see a new map come in.
Yeah, what's the new one that FM Pone's made? The Greek...
Thera.
Yeah. Thera. I quite like the map. I think it's... I think it's an interesting map. I wonder if it's going to be...
Because it was in the an old operation.
It was,
Operation Wildfire, I think, 2016, 2017. Then it was called Santorini back then.
Yeah, that's right. I think that map has some potential.
What do you think about Mills? You played Mills?
No, I haven't.
It's interesting. It's like Netherlands based, so obviously all the windmills and the tulips and stuff.
Yeah.
But then it's I don't know. It's fun, but it's weird. It's like most of the map is just like 2 long lines of sight, like even like long for double scoped orb kind of long, where it's like there's a couple of angles that you'll post up with an orb double scoped, and the pixels are still pretty small. Like, that's how far away it is. So it is quite interesting, like in a weird way, but I think, again, kind of different. And the bomb sites are very odd as well. It's like a bunch of boxes sort of stacked up, a bunch of the loads of little corners you can hide in and stuff. Very difficult to execute, very difficult to retake. So it's weird, but it's kind of wonderful in a weird way.
I mean, you can have tons of fun maps that just aren't necessarily made for competitive play, right? And I think that's cool. Like, I mean, obviously, going way back to like 1.6 or whatever, like there was a million maps that were just like for community fun and nothing to do with like competitive. I think that there should be a space for that. Like that's I don't know. This is just like a much broader topic, I suppose. But something that I hope will happen with now that Source 2 has been implemented into the scene. Like, I hope we can get more of like the modding community can come online and try to do more things, because like there are so many ways to make Counter-Strike really fun around it. But before we get into the game, we're going to go to a little 10-minute break. So stay tuned, and we will return right away. All right, then. Seems like we are back in action. Hopefully, it's going to be an interesting game. Some tech issues to start with. I'd prefer to have the tech issues before the game goes live.
Yeah.
So it's better. But yeah, we're going to get into it here. Again, to remind you, if you're just joining us, it's Namibia that are going to be playing Egypt here for a third-place decider.
Seems like everybody's sort of ready and maybe ready to get going. On stage, PCs, and all the rest. And there we go. We are ready to get this show on the road. We've got Namibia taking on Egypt here, map number 1. As we kick off things over on Anubis for this one. And maybe we don't kickstart things. They've all gone back into spawn. So maybe a slight tech issue before we get things underway. Okay, I'm assuming. There we go. A little reset. But yeah, this is going to be a good game. Obviously, they played in the groups already. Egypt won 2-0 in that one, 13-6 and 13-8. And, you know, a completely different veto in that sense. But at the same time, Egypt are a very, very good side. We've already got to catch them a little bit and see how good they can be.
Yes.
And in this game, I would probably see them as the ever so slight favorites.
Yeah, the expectation is that Egypt are probably going to 2-0 this. But again, like, you know, Namibia so far, they've been proving a lot of different things. So I'm definitely going to keep an open mind about how well they're going to be able to play. Let's get into it right now. Countdown is live, and Namibia are going to be starting on the CT side. It's Egypt that are going to be starting on the T side here. So that means they're going to be the more favored side, but also means they're going to be making a lot of decisions.
Yes.
Which I think, you know, it can be just a nice thing, especially start a best of 3. You're in charge of everything. So let's see how they play it. They're going to start with 1 smoke, a couple of flashbangs, even a decoy on Wesso. Interesting.
Yeah, okay.
Don't see enough decoys.
Yeah, I guess he kind of had the half armor already, so he's like, why not? Round it out to 100. First fight's going to be taken by Shackles, looks in towards mid. I'm still going to try and push down on this position. They're going to get mid control sort of given here for free. Shackles more than happy to play a little bit more of a passive angle.
Yeah, super important. Like, not going down here is just, that's what he has. He has to stay alive, falls back to the next angle. Great hair shot for Shackles. That's a nice start, but it might still be too much. FaZe with a double in return, and it should allow the space for the bomb plant here. Yeah, just keep it cool now for Egypt. You don't want to be fighting this, and they're not. Very disciplined. Yeah. I love seeing that because I think Egypt probably feel like they are the better team. So you could have been tempted to fight 3 versus 4 here. But in the end, it's probably not worth it. So yeah, just stay a little bit chilled out here. They're going to be getting the kill on the nowhere. Kazi goes down next. And nice triple for FaZe in this round. Just very well executed. Yeah, everything worked out. Yeah,
I mean, Egypt played that perfectly in the post-spawn. They just don't peek. There's no need to fight in that sort of situation. Give them the space. Let them overextend. Let them make the mistakes and sort of be isolated, and they were. Really nice fights being taken by them. Great crossfire setup, and that's sort of that sort of perfect post-spawn that you want to see on that site. So really well done from Egypt. Will mean for them a nice little bite to come through in towards round number 2. And unfortunately for Namibia, can't really do anything in terms of their investment in this next round. So a bit of a lower one, just USPs across the board. Nothing really going to be expected of this sort of round, but they're going to gamble stack. That's sort of the way to go about it. Try and do something a little bit more unorthodox and might just give you a chance. Shackles will take a little bit of fire damage. And again, they're just poking and prodding. I think for Egypt, it's about finding out where the gamble stack is.
Yeah, and typically it's the job on the Mac 10 on FaZe. Send them in there. Make sure. Don't guess too much. And I think that's probably what's going to happen eventually. Egypt happy to wait around at the start of it. Again, don't really mind it. They're not going to be obviously throwing any grenades at you, but yeah, they're making absolutely sure that nothing tricky is going on at the moment. So a minute on the clock here, and the bomb is further back. I think Bingo's going to go and pick that up right now, and they're so deep in the middle that they're probably just going to go for the A-bomb site here. FaZe calling it out, saying, all right, I've spotted at least 1. There's a boost back there. Yeah, so he's going to find out. Again, he doesn't even have to get a single kill. Just getting the confirmation that they're there is going to be plenty enough here. So, yeah, a little bit overwhelming. He dies. Not a big deal.
Yeah, and now they're just going to run all the way over towards the site. Completely open towards A, so bomb goes down. Nice and simple. And it will be just about making sure you don't drop anything more. Don't really mind dropping a Mac 10. Let's just make sure the likes of an AK, for example, one drops into the wrong hands. Alone, we'll take a little bit of fight. Nay behind it, that could do the damage, and it will. Two are going to get caught by it. At the very least, small little consolation kills to be found right at the tail end here for Egypt. Make sure this round is taken cleanly, and they've got to make sure they exit as well quite cleanly. They can probably head out towards CT, be absolutely fine. Shackles on the Mac 10 does have a little spam to hope to find something, but it's not to be. Kazi will fall as well. Egypt, really nice round from them. Only the 1 casualty, but it was an information play from FaZe. Guarantees that they're not over towards that site. And then they just go the other way, right? It's quite simple. You look towards B, people are there, rotate towards A. Nice and simple. Wesso going to get one more at the end, and it will be a 2-0 start for Egypt. But that was more or less a complete throwaway round for Namibia. This is the one we look into. First full buy, we've got to see what they can bring to the table. They've got to try and settle the nerves a little bit on the stage once again by making this one clean.
Yeah, I think so. If you're the underdog team, winning one of these early rounds, super important. And again, like we've been reiterating quite a bit, you are on the CT side here on Anubis, so it can be very hard to get the economy rolling. Now it's time to really do it.
Yeah.
Got a couple of M4s, one for Mars there on Tura. He's going to be having a lot more utility as a result, so I appreciate that. You know, sacrificing for the team a little bit. He's still got the defuse kit if they need it, so yeah, it's less fun for him with the map with the FAMAS, but might get the job done anyway. And this looks like a B execute if I've ever seen one. They are not in the middle. They're going to be sending one player, that's Bingo, through the dark position. I think it's going to be fairly quick once it gets going.
There we go. Kazi. I just dropped a smoke. Actually, maybe slight miscom there as Nowhere and Kazi both drop the same smoke. The spam isn't bad though. A little bit of damage being dealt there. And Bingo waiting for his opportunity. Wesso does get caught eventually through that smoke. That's a good opening frag to find.
Wow, yeah.
Looking for more as well. Going to try and pop yourself through this smoke. That's a ballsy play out towards jail. And he might just get a kill off the back of it. AK spray is loose. Kazi will somehow get away with another, but the site is taken by Egypt. Bomb goes down by B2K. And this is a tough retake. Both rotating over from the other side.
Definitely surprised to see Kazi get that second kill. It looked like he was straight dead from the flashbang, but yeah, good job. I still think it's not enough for you. Like Tura and Iesf are so far away. So the ability to like walk all the way across the map here and actually defuse the bomb, I don't think that's going to happen. So yeah. Egypt overall, pretty clean stuff, and that's in spite of the fact that they actually lost a player through the smoke before they even got started. So yeah, that's pretty convincing and perhaps a bit of a bad omen for Namibia going forward.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, if you look at it now, of course, they're going to have a really awkward buy-in towards this next round too, and they might even still struggle to save the tail end. Face all trade on towards Iesf, so that's only the one gun being saved over and towards the next being just a FAMAS. It's not that sort of kind of save that you can buy around. So going to make this a little bit awkward. I'm assuming probably a half buy here, stick around that 2K mark, and so Namibia can buy in towards the next, but not a good spot that they're in. 3-0 start for Egypt. Probably going to be made 4. Even if they were to force buy, it would still be expected for them to get a 4th here. So I think the way to go about it is sort of half buy this round here, full buy next, and hope you can just sort of find that form there. But first full buy doesn't go well. Losing to the bonus too, always going to hurt a little bit.
Got some 5.7s out on the map, and I mean we've seen those before do significant damage. So you never know. You get into close range.
True.
Definitely can be pretty lethal. Again, stacked towards the B-bomb site. They are pushing out of the site as well, but I think Bingo's already calling it out, saying, yeah, they're definitely there. Actually wants to take a bit of a fight with them, so yeah, calling in a teammate. I don't really mind necessarily. Very, very, very confident at the moment. Oh, I can't believe that is not a one fight for Bingo. That's kind of crazy.
Spam, though, is good. Shackles will get caught through it. Now we're going to have a little look, but again, no information going to be gained here. They're just going to walk all the way over towards the A site. They know that nobody's really here that's going to be able to fight them, at least in terms of the firepower. FAMAS will get caught by Wesso, good clearance. Tura gets caught, and that being said, that is the round. Maybe a FAMAS recovered is a small thing, or maybe an AK recovered. There's one deep over towards that B site, but I mean, I've got that. I think for nowhere, just keep hold of it. He's got 1 point of HP, no armor, no point giving it a look in. Just keep hold of this AK-47. It's actually a small win in itself on a low buy.
Yeah, I think so. I agree. Like, could really even out the battle for the next round that's coming up, where you spam through the smoke with the AK, you get a little bit lucky. It can be a great start. So hold on to that, and again try to kind of calm the nerves of everybody here, because obviously it's a bit of a rough start. Egypt running with some of the early rounds. It is a little bit what I touched upon in the in the opening. This idea that Anubis, if you just don't get going on the CT side, it can be kind of a rough affair sometimes. And I think that's what Namibia are experiencing ever so slightly.
Yeah. Iesf might have a little look at the end here, but cost him his life. Down he falls. That being said, 4-0 start for Egypt. Great work for them out the gate early. Building up a real repertoire of an economy as well. So I think everything that could go right is going right so far. And I think the issue that we're now starting to arise is for Namibia, if this gun round doesn't go successfully, they're in a hell of a lot of trouble. We're talking about probably at that point, Egypt pushing all the way to a 6-0 start. And at that point, that's a T side that's running away with the game.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, they seem to be absolutely fired up here, Egypt, which that kind of goes with their playstyle, right? Like, one of the things that kind of fun about watching the guys play is that they are really confident. They're very aggressive, and I kind of enjoy that. Shackles, though, he's picked up the AWP now, which you normally saw him as a rifler more. Yeah. But he's able to do it all, it seems.
We've had 3 different players who have wielded the AWP for Namibia. We've had Shackles, we've had Nowhere, we've had Tura as well. Sometimes spawn-based, and I guess sometimes maybe just vibes-based. Sometimes a player just feels like I'm in a decent amount of form here. Shackles was great yesterday, so I don't really hate the idea of him AWPing. Nowhere, unfortunately, Molotov doesn't bank off there. He just catches the clipping in the corner, so unfortunately gets extinguished by the smoke.
Yeah, it doesn't cost him his life, but it could have been. So, a couple of opening kills here for Namibia. This is really great. The setup seems to work as well. Maybe there's, the weakness right now would be towards mid and A.
Yeah.
But there's still 2 players here, so it's not really a big weakness, but it just, now they're pushing out of the B bomb side. They're actually getting great information at the moment. Means they can rotate Nowhere towards the middle. He can be closer to the A bomb site. Yeah, they're doing everything right, Namibia. Like, this should be their round. They're increasing the odds by what they're up to here. Flashing their way in. Some smokes are getting set up here. Tura is going to get the kill on the bingo. And actually, what a position. Great little double headshot here. That should be enough to win the round. Tura, rock solid.
Chosen really well there. He just played around that box perfectly. That angle is a little bit of a tough one if they get into pillar control. Right? If they get pillar, you're normally just spam down and you're lost. But because you've got a Heaven player who's putting up a lot of kind of pressure in that situation, he can just keep dipping his head up and down from that box, and it works really, really well. So Tura, great work from him. Nice triple at the tail end as well, just making sure they get no coverage over towards A. And Namibia finally getting that first round. And this is where we can start talking about using that as a catalyst to further success. Hopefully, right, consecutive rounds on the board on this CT side. If they can get at least 5 rounds, I think it's workable. Anything less, though, and that's the thing potentially become a little bit awkward. And of course, for Egypt, plenty of money to buy back in. FaZe will pick up an AWP himself. He did see as well that Shackles had it in that previous round. So he's going to be more than happy to wield one of his own. A decent little head-to-head between those two. They both had the great moments yesterday.
Yeah, you're right. If you can't win the consecutive rounds, I mean, the conversation kind of changes a lot here. So you have to keep it up. But that's the kind of quality that we saw out of Namibia in the last game that we were covering them on, where, yeah, they kind of, they have some firepower. They can definitely go toe-to-toe with some of the Egyptian players here. So that's like a good foundation. We'll see if they can build something more. Some mid-aggression being attempted here on the Egyptian side. No real commitment with the bomb anywhere, so you can see that Egypt are still just kind of, feeling it out, figuring out exactly what they want to do. Deep grenade here, trying to isolate B2K, see if they can actually win the fight against him. Not quite. Strong headshot there, and he'll keep it going. Oh, it's so decisive, isn't it? Wants to almost find a third there. That would have been sick, but either way, it should be plenty enough. Tura, actually, I can't believe it. He's found a way to get a couple of kills there. There's no way he should have been able to do that. That's pretty sick, but Seth now with a clutch on his hands.
It's a tough 1v2. Got a flash, got a kit, got a chance as well. Full HP. He's not going to completely count him out of this one.
If he had a smoke, this could be so much more doable.
Might be one down.
Yeah, if you could pick it up, that'd be really sick, because he needs to find a way to pressure them into peeking him. Bingo is out in front, but after that, it's the AWP, and also, obviously, if you smoke the AWP, it's going to be even more interesting. Flash around the corner. Yeah, that is always going to be a very, very hard one. Don't really blame Seth for it. It's very, very hard to win that kind of round. So, Egypt back on track, and kind of worst case scenario for Namibia here.
Yeah, because it resets you in terms of a mental state. That feels like a chance where you can maybe start building off the back of that previous round and start utilizing it in your favor. And then unfortunately, you sort of can't, right? You immediately get reset. You immediately get pulled back into kind of that back foot once again, where it's a 4-round deficit. They do have money to work with, right? So they can buy here, I think. Zef's got 7K. He can drop over a rifle. Kazi got to drop over a rifle as well. So for Tura and Nowhere, they can pick up an investment here if they want to. But they might even just go for maybe a little bit more of a hero buy and then sort of a minimal investment around it and just completely reset the economy in that sense. That's one way of going about it. One person who picks up a rifle who's got a lot of money, everybody else sticks around 2K, and you're sort of all staying about 2K money-wise, and then you go towards the next with a full buy.
True,
it looks sort of like that's what they're going for. We've got double MP9s coming through, Belter Util coming out, and then 5-7s for the 2 lower players. I think that's a fair enough buy. It's absolutely workable for Namibia, but at the same time, it's about resetting that economy, making sure you're not like one player on 7K, one player on 3K, which is the issue that they had. I can make buys going down the line a little bit more uncomfortable. Egypt, though, now they've got a 5th. This could also be where they, technically, in terms of the buy, have the advantage, get the 6th, and a great start for B2K. Got a double opener towards that previous round, gets a single opener here.
Yeah, I think because we're playing MR12 now instead of 15, you just have fewer rounds to try and, you know, stop like a spiral. Sure. So getting a couple of MP9s around, like, there's anything you can. Like, if something works, it's really going to save the half. So I think it's worth trying for. But my God, Egypt are super fired up here. Wezo, double kill on the round. He's up to 7 in total. And obviously, bomb is going to be planted here. This is just looking, let's say, fairly decisive at the moment.
Yeah. MP9. Well, Ghazi hoped to try and just hide behind the back lines and see if he can get a kill of himself. Maybe even bait in a couple of fights, but not to be. Good due diligence to clear in towards heaven, and it will be Egypt collecting a 6th. I mean, starting really well towards this map, their map pick. And hence kind of the conversation I was having about when they played in the group stage. I was actually quite surprised that, Namibia let it float towards a 3rd map as a decider, but also that Egypt didn't just pick into it outright. It's a map in which, throughout the open qualifier, was actually really good for them. We saw them yesterday, also very good. So maybe one of those things where coming in towards the tournament, they weren't incredibly confident on it. They maybe had played it a little bit, but they had other maps that they thought were better. But since being here on the stage, they've realized this is actually a really good map for us. Hence why it sort of changed up our veto a little bit. But for Egypt, you can see why. So far on the C side, they look great.
Yeah, they love it. Oh, a nice flashbang here, but unfortunately they were playing the anti-flash position up there. And when you throw a flashbang and the T's are kind of waiting for it, all you're really doing is you're basically signaling to them, we're going to be peeking. So actually they might have the advantage because they know exactly what they're peeking into. So a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
Sometimes you could pair it with like a Molotov, or you could even you could throw more than one flashbang to try and like bait them into the second one. A lot of different options. Again, I don't really hate that Namibia are trying to do this because I think they have to be active. They have to do something to get a good start. And this time it backfired on them, but I still think it's worth the attempt. This is going to be a very hard round to salvage, though. You can, like, sometimes you'll say in a 3v4 like this, you actually should just stack a bomb site and just cross your fingers. And if they don't show up, you save the rifles. You just call it before it even happens, you know.
That's true. Well, for now, 45 seconds to make this decision. 4 versus 3. 2 over towards that B site. 1 via A. West are still just waiting for a peek. So far, nothing really being game. It looks like the bomb's going to come back over in this direction. Nowhere could be under a little bit of pressure here. This could be awkward. Then a Molotov gets dropped, and he's going to rotate away. Doubling back now as well, but fight being taken. Shackles need to be careful. The orb gets tagged down low. West are now spotted out as well, but they're going to get space on towards this B side. They can start to make a move. Molotov as well will make their life difficult. As B2K gets that plant down, you actually might even call for a save here. I don't think it's the worst call in the world. These 3 stay alive and going towards the next, but even that's not allowed. Tura gets caught in rotation. As Bingo catches him transitioning over towards this B side for that retake. Nowhere else are going to get clipped as well, even Shackles all alone. And this now on a 1v4, you could be tempted to try and just fall away with the AWP alive, but Faisal's got other ideas. Great shot from him. And it will be yet another round for Egypt. They're making light work out of the start of this game so far.
Yeah, I think the fact that Wezo got to spend so much time hanging around the main entrance to B and just, he didn't see anybody.
Yeah.
He's probably going to be like, you know, listen, there's, like, if there is a player in dark, you've got 3 people coming that way, you probably win that fight, and then the rest of the bomb site, like, you can just run on there. Like, there's so much space here. I'm not getting challenged by anyone. I'm not getting smoked off. Like, they don't have any more grenades. So a lot of information. Even though he didn't necessarily see a player, he just kind of, I think, had a good read on what was going on there. Wow, 7-1. First half is coming to a close pretty soon, actually, and Egypt are just relentless.
Yeah, this low-buy round being put to bed nice and early by Egypt, opening a couple of kills coming through for Alone and Wesso. And maybe, like I said, with this low-buy, the pistols, they're hoping to try and make something work, but it looks like this is not going to be the round for it, unless something magical happens on the site here. Bingo once again holding. Might be gifted the frag, and he will nowhere. Walks straight into the crosshair. That'll cost him his life. He didn't expect a second, though, so he might get caught. No, 180, you'll find Tura. Tura couldn't capitalize on the opportunity. Neither can Iesf. A flawless round from Egypt to put up an 8th, and that is a beautiful display. Yet another round where it had its moment of being scary, and Egypt makes sure that it's not.
Yeah, getting away with a little bit inside of the bomb side there. That was pretty funny, but yeah, nice reaction. 8-1. Bingo here. Yeah, he's been a real character to watch. Yeah. You could see on the little cams as well, like, he's really vocal, like, you know, just like fired up at the moment. No question about it. individually on the Namibian side, definitely having a harder time getting into this game right off the bat. Oh, it's phase to begin with. Takes down Nowhere. That makes it a little bit rough here. Shackles, what have you got for us? He's going to get the first one. Tries to re-peek it because he knew he was under pressure. He was going to get Molotov, so yeah, he had to kind of like take that fight. But it paves the way for another bomb plant here. And another 3 versus 4. And
we tempted to save.
It is tempting. It depends on how many rounds you can let them get away with.
Yeah, there's sort of 2 arguments here, right? Do we save and actually just utilize this buy and get in towards the next because we have no way of getting back in? Or do we look at the other way and say, you know, we're already 8-1 down. What have we actually got to lose here? We probably need to be trying to convert some of these rounds. That's maybe the sort of the argument to be had here. But I think in this instance, it's probably 2 things. Of A, we actually have no information about what the setup looks like. And B, we were just so far away. So the bomb's already going to be ticked 5 to 10 seconds by the time we even get there. Then we've got to clear it and try and get a defuse in. Yes, they've got kits, but it still just makes it really awkward. Timing-wise, the main thing, though, is you do have to save. And Kazi getting caught, and Zef might be around the corner in a bit of a perilous state as well. He does get tagged, but he stays alive, 18 points of HP. Oh, it's a bit of a sigh of relief. It is going to be okay for a buy, though. At least 2 drops can come over, so that's still manageable and workable and all the rest. But 9-1, man, this is so far and one-sided story in towards Anubis. Egypt, light work out of their map pick so far. And this is the T-side as well. I mean, obviously, this is a map that is T-sided, but it's not this T-sided.
Yeah, they're really flying through this first half. There's no question about it. Like, they feel confident. They've come up with a good mix of aggression, but they're not like carelessly throwing the rounds away either. Yeah, sure. Like, it's a good little sort of pace that they found right now. That is one hell of a grenade in the middle that lands on the Egyptian side. So they take a lot of damage. See if this is going to be maybe an opening. Namibia, they need the last 2 rounds here. They're like 9-3 at an absolute minimum. If you win the pistol in the second half, then, yeah, open discussion once again. But they have to get there. Good trade. Oh, it's close to being a shot. They know where Seth is, and they should be able to grenade him out of there. Yeah, just get rid of him. That leaves Shackles with an MP9. Oh, that's rough at the A-bomb side. How do you win this?
Spam's doing a decent amount of damage. Zef going to tag both down low. I mean, this MP9, there's 3 players barreling in that are all in that sort of 1-bullet position, but the one player that fights is Bingo's full HP. He can take a tag, and he does. Gets that kill, and once again, now we might have temptations to save Bingo. Right idea. Right execution as well. Nowhere gets caught just phasing through that smoke. And it will be now a 2 versus 4. All the players are low over towards Egypt, so it is still a possibility in that sense, but they've got to go here and now. They've got to make a move. Tur has a nade, he has a Molotov. I mean, they themselves could force out fights, but he's opting just to go. Here we go. Molotov will come down. That'll force out a little bit of an engagement. Bit of a tag to come through. B2K, FaZe, both seriously low. Zef for the first, but now he's all that's left. 1 versus 3, and it's not 2B. B2K with a double at that tail end. I mean, Egypt lock in 10. At the very least, heading in towards that second half. I mean, that is incredible.
Yeah, honestly, I understood why they wanted to go for that at the end, even if it's like a 2-on-4. You're right, they were tacked up, and I just think at the end of it, it's you knew you had to win a couple of more rounds, right? Yeah. So you really had to give it a shot.
I guess, as well.
Tough times. Round number 12. They got some money to work with, at least on the Namibian side. So let's see if they can get like a second round here. Win the pistol. It's still a very, very long road back, but it has to start somewhere. B2K, good shot on the Tora. They are just absolutely relentless right now. Egypt looking to claim that 3rd spot.
They're so crisp as well, aren't they? I mean, Egypt are just not missing anything. You know, we saw it towards yesterday, for example, when they had their moments. Namibia, they were getting really loud, and the chants were for and all the rest. It was, really good to see. But you can see kind of how muted they are, and this is what sort of where you look towards some of your leadership figures and say, even though times are tough, we need you to get a little bit loud, just to boost the morale, just to give us a chance. And maybe you win just 1 round and it can just fire you up. You need these small things to go in your favor. Wesso holding Nowhere, tempted by the peak, but it might cost him his life. He's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. He obviously knows that B2K was there over towards main earlier, killed his teammate. He's not left alone, and he's stuck between a really tough angle, but he will get a shot. Wesso gets caught. Probably should have capitalized there, Wesso, but he really isn't able to do so. Only tags him once.
Yeah, great work to begin with. They're not at all out of the woods yet here. Could see Nowhere is still absolutely nobody to help him out here. So if he dies, I mean, again, the bomb site's lost almost instantly. Trying to make it out. They're going to take down Seth. That's towards the middle. And a hunt is on. B2K relentlessly looking for the kill. They're going to take Shackles on the other side. They're winning fights all across the map at the moment. 18 seconds left. That's actually could be a problem. The bomb is kind of lost here. Oh, Kazi. If you won that fight, I think he wins the round, but not going to be possible. 11-1 for Egypt. That is pretty decisive.
Yeah, what a showing coming through from Egypt. They just look brilliant. There is very little to basically nothing we can say in a negative note over towards them. Great performance all the way through. They've picked in towards this map and they're showcasing why they've picked in towards. This is a very, very strong one for them. And unfortunately, I just think for Namibia, it just isn't. It had its gaps within the groups, and it has gaps within kind of their playoff game yesterday, Anubis, and of course, they're sort of showcasing, unfortunately, once again here. But Egypt, just a different beast. I think they had their moments yesterday where, unfortunately, against South Africa, they felt a little muted. They weren't really playing the way that they should be, where they do kind of lie off the back of these individuals. I think they had a little bit. Alone dropped that 30 kills in the overtime, and that was great, but we need the rest of the team to step up. The thing is here, we're seeing multiple different facets of firepower. It's a team-wide performance. Nobody's hard carrying. Nobody's anchoring over towards Egypt. Everybody has their moments, and when you're playing against a team where all five are on fire, what can you actually do? This pistol round is an absolute necessity for Namibia. Lose this, unfortunately, it might be game set in towards Anubis, but the opening fight's good. Kazi will find it. Alone gets caught, and Bomb will go down.
Yeah, retake is on. I will say this, they've got 2 smokes and also a defuse kit on B2K, so this is going to be an interesting round right up until the end. If they get close enough here, they can defuse it inside of the smoke, so you've got to be a little bit careful. It doesn't look like they're going to get close at all. Wow, they're getting absolutely wrecked in this one. Kazi with a nice triple here. And Namibia, again, like, you know, do something, anything, even just to slow down the game a little bit, because there's this weird effect that can happen when you're losing this much that it feels like the map is over so quick. Like, you don't even know that you're like, wow, are we already losing? Like, you don't get a chance to really breathe. So get a couple of rounds here, slow it down just so it doesn't feel like you're just getting completely blown up.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. At least for now. Doesn't seem to have affected the mood over towards Egypt. They're not going to force buy towards this one. Low buy here, full buy next. They've done the bulk of their work on the gun rounds. I mean, they've done the work on every sort of round, if we're being honest. But the gun rounds are where they look super, super clean. So I can sort of respect this decision. Low buy here, full buy next. They might even still make it. A little bit awkward. Hang on a second. They've got the opening double kill. And they've both picked up rifles. This could be still a conversation to be had here. If they full eco them, I think that's, at that point, you have to say,
yeah,
there's just no contest, really, right?
Probably no coming back from that kind of situation. And even just mentally, like, even I mean, the 2 Galils here, like, if you really wanted to, I suppose they could just be feeling so good that, like, whatever, let's just go. But in theory, you could opt to save these and just be happy with them in the next round.
Oh, hang on. Alone might have an idea here. And it could actually work out, because it's not being, oh, it is being held for. I tell a lie. Left knows exactly what he's doing. This is about exit frags more than anything, right? Make it expensive over towards that T side. I think this is a good idea to be having here. Maybe even a late round pop. Smoke will plume on the bomb. That's a lineup they know about. However, Shackles are the ideas. Will get one. The MAC-10 go with a knife on the bomb to make sure that nobody's on it. They're trying to make it expensive. Keep bodies drawn towards the site. And in all fairness, 3 kills out of 5? That's not bad for a full eco out from Egypt. 1 to the bomb, 2 to the kills. I think you're taking the silver linings there. That was a complete throwaway round. We have no expectations in that sort of a round there where we have not invested at all, and we walked away with 3 kills. That's not actually terrible. Now they're going to full buy as well to work with.
Yeah, they had 1 flashbang in that last round, Egypt, that they kind of like popped out. They managed to crunch outside of the day bomb side, and it all just worked out very well. So, 11-3. Namibia is finally getting a couple of rounds on the board here, but obviously with the rifles out on the CT side, this is where things get a little bit more interesting.
Yeah. Looks like for now, T-side's going to group up. Hopping towards middle. Zef actually going to be completely caught by that. And a second behind it could make it a little bit awkward. Bingo for the first. Tura in for that trade. And Wesher doesn't need to stick around for the fight. He can just fall back. Doesn't need to commit here. He knows that a lot of bodies that have shown their presence in towards mid don't overfight.
Yeah, because if you die, you're going to leave FaZe alone behind you, and like you're putting your teammate in a very awkward position. And there's like it's just the upside could be maybe you win, but the downside might be completely screwing over your teammate here. Nice little boost. We've seen this before. They do have 1 Molotov on nowhere, but he's throwing it to the other corner. So again, this boost could work out very well. It can be very hard to anticipate. Oh, actually, it looks like they did anticipate. Shackles definitely was looking for it, but he just didn't win the fight there. Still, had the right idea. Nowhere trying to move up. He knows they're both in the corner, and he's going to get a good double spray down. Wezo takes down Tora in the meantime. Still a 2 versus 2 here. Oh, I say that as Wezo lands a nice headshot. Now 1-on-1. And look at the position here for FaZe. He's going to have an advantage. He can hear. He knows exactly where Kazi is. So, yeah, takes him down. Had all the information to work with. Egypt going to be up to 12.
Yeah, beautiful stuff as well. And the awkward thing there for Kazi, he sort of starts looking around to CT. He starts trying to figure out where this guy's rotating in from. But he has to go into the open because that's where the bombs drop. So he was always exposed to literally all 3 angles. CT, connector, and towards dark. You're just screwed there. He has 3, and actually technically 4 we're talking about main, but they just come from main, so they probably expect nobody's there, at least not on that timing. But you're essentially exposed to 4 different angles to try and recollect the bomb. You're a dead man walking. It's so unfortunate. And he didn't have the util either to sort of isolate fight, so it made things very difficult indeed. 12-3. Egypt, so far, so good. A last hurrah of a buy, and it will be Iesf to try and kickstart things. And actually pretty effectively, but Tura going to get caught in the backlines. Nade off the back of it too could be huge.
The bomb is on the wrong side, so they might, even if they take the bomb side here, the problem is Shackles, he's going to slip the net. He's going to go back to the B bomb side instead. This is going to be really funny. So they're going to be having this.
Where is he?
Yeah, in like 2 seconds, they're going to be like, well, the bomb's planted? What's going on? Full-on retake, 3 versus 1, Shackles with a Tech 9. So, absolutely wacky round here, but yeah, it'd be really funny if he could win this round. I still think getting the full comeback here is going to be nearly impossible, but, you know, for Shackles, we know he's got the skills for it. See what he could do.
Put off a couple of 1v2s in towards yesterday's game, right? So definitely not going to completely count this guy out. 1v3 turn 1v2, but they're both going to fight together. First fight taken well. Put it down into the 1 versus 1. Surely not. A Tech 9 and a 1 versus 3. But Bingo closes it. Just for a brief moment, we started to believe. But it will be Egypt 13-3. Their map pick taken with ease. And really making a statement early and towards this best of 3.
Yeah, that's super comprehensive, and like the energy coming out of the Egyptian side, you could just kind of feel like from the beginning, like a very good mix of aggression, but also like a little bit of respect in the right moment, so that they don't throw away needless rounds, which was a problem for them in the past. You know, getting a little bit too overconfident. Not today. So yeah, just nothing to criticize really for them. I think and Namibia, I think feeling the heat of being on that CT side earlier, just never getting the economy, like never.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is they had the choice, right? They could have started T side, and I felt like yesterday when we saw them do their best work, it was on the T side. So they could have gone towards the T side of Anubis there and been the ones who dictate the tempo of the game and really tell us sort of how the pace of it is played out. But they just opted against it. They're going towards the CT, and I think that really cost them. It's always tough on Anubis if you start on the CT and you start badly. I think if you're an underdog, playing T side, no matter actually what the map, is actually maybe a way to gain an advantage, just because you can just be a little bit unorthodox in terms of how the pace of the game is played out. But unfortunately for Namibia, it just never really got started. And I think the awkward thing for them is that because that first half was just so one-sided, the conversation around a comeback was just so outlandish. It was never really going to be something that kind of got off the table.
Yeah, unfortunately, not this time. Obviously, second map to be played. So hopefully, like deep breath, a little bit of leadership on the Namibian side, like have a conversation with the boys and figure it all out. That's got to be the way to think about this. Yeah, forget about the map and just move on. Which in itself is one of the experiences of playing on LAN. Is like, can you get like the mental recovery of losing early on and then kind of like getting back into it? That's a whole dimension of Counter-Strike all on its own. But yeah, Egypt, I mean, they're going to be looking to do the same on the second map, I'm sure. Yeah,
the tough thing is with Inferno coming up next, right? It's just a map that Egypt will know. They'll know with ease, right? It's a map they'll know and love and sort of have this understanding about how to play. And it actually inherently plays out quite similarly towards Anubis in terms of the way it's set. T-side doesn't get a lot of proactivity. It's actually the second most T-sided map that we've got in the pool right now. So I think these small things have to play out in terms of the advantages over towards Egypt. That's the thing that worries us a little bit. I think for Namibia, we need to kind of utilize this 10, 15-minute sort of break in between the maps and just sort of say, right, how are we going to get back into this? How are we going to start things well? This is our pick. There's mostly a reason we've picked into it. Now we've got to figure out why. We've got to figure out where the gaps are. And I think it's just the small things that have to go right. A pistol round has to go your way to give you a little bit of momentum. A first gun round to give you that confidence in terms of actually we can, in head-to-head duels, compete.
That'd be
small
nice.
things like this. And I just think as well, it's one of the things that made Namibia actually quite good yesterday was just when they were vocal, when they were loud, when they were kind of really getting fired up. It's just these small things of confidence internally that really helped them. But we actually just didn't see or hear any of it.
Yeah, because they never had like the space to like win enough like consecutive rounds to be like, okay, now we're doing it, like, or even like big clutches where you're like, okay, now we're fired up, like this guy just did it. So hopefully that is something that we can kind of get into a little bit. They all played very, very well in the first half, to be honest, there, or the first map. Just generally looking quite good. So curious if we're going to see a couple of players there on the Namibian side. You know, second map hopefully gets started well. We know they got a couple of players that can do it. So we want to see them online. Yeah,
really good game out of Wesso as well. 15 kills to his name. It may not look like a lot, but the whole team stepped up, right? There was basically no disparity between the top and the bottom of the scoreboard over towards Egypt, and that's actually a really impressive thing in itself. And then we saw on the other side, 100 ADR for him, having his impact all the way through, played a lot of those high-impact roles, a lot of util damage being dealt round upon round. So these small things that really add up. I think for Wesso, it's a great performance, and he's now sort of like the third, fourth different player that we've been able to highlight from Egypt, which, again, just showcases how good this team actually is, right? We've already highlighted people like Bingo, for example, or Alone, who've had their moments all the way throughout, and now we're adding another name to that tally. That makes the job even harder for Namibia on the other side.
Well, we are going to be headed to a break before we actually get into the second map. Of course, if you are just joining us, third place decider here between Egypt and Namibia. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready with the second map. It is going to be on Inferno here. We got the third place decider here at the African Championships, and it is Egypt playing up against Namibia. Yeah. And so far, it's feeling very one-sided. Egypt just coming out like super strong, super confident, and they kind of just overwhelmed them. I think Namibia never had a chance to really get their feet on the ground, unfortunately. Yeah, safe to say a one-sided map, right? Yeah. I don't think there's really too many conversations about that. 13-3. I mean, we really just showed how good Egypt actually can be. I think the one little caveat, I guess you could say, is that was their map pick. That's the map which they've been very good with the open qualifiers and the groups and all the rest. So it's always been sort of a pocket pick for them. However, it was a dominant display, and it wasn't really in just in terms of small things like the strategic side of things or anything like that. It was actually just the raw fundamentals. The mechanics out from Egypt were incredible all the way throughout. Every single player had their moments, and they stepped up in terms of the raw aim. So we're looking at this, and it could actually be more of the same. You can maybe account for strategic differences between sides and maybe find ways to counter it. But if we're talking legitimately about things like aim, I mean, there's very little you can do if you are just getting raw out-aimed. We're heading in towards our map number 2, of course, though. It is going to be Inferno up on the docket, and this is the pick of Namibia. So maybe a chance for them to get back in. Oh, that is so dangerous. He could have definitely had that. Probably an easier way to set up that smoke, but they are going to try and be quick. It looks like it's going to be a B-split if they can make it through, but they've shut down the entire arm of it. Look, this banana push was meant to be meeting up with the two players pushing through Arch, and they just never really get there. Now a smoke is up, Molotov on the other side as well, or incendiary rather, but yeah, this could be interesting timing here. It's not going to slow them or stop them, but I guess it's still a nice attempt to try and throw that grenade. The retake should be doable, or maybe, especially now, Tura goes down. No bomb plant even allowed for here. Iesf going to get completely run down. That is aggressive. Egypt, again, there's more of the same for them here. Yeah, beautiful way to start things off, right? Really set that tone early. Coming towards the CT side, dictate the pace of the game, right, by taking the early fight yourself. I mean, there's a great way if you're on the CT side to really make the sort of T side feel uncomfortable. It's just to fight them, right? Get up in their face. And that's exactly what Egypt do, right? In towards mid, they're taking fights as they try and pop in towards this sort of long position. Like you said, they had this idea out of spawn, which is we're going to wrap in through CT and meet you at B. But that wrap gets caught immediately. So then you've got 3 players rushing on towards the site. And even though a smoke and a molly comes down, it's about that retake. Really well done from Egypt. No bomb plant, no chance, and Namibia left with a bit of an awkward low buy in this one, and it's a massacre in towards mid. A couple of kills are going to come through, and hang on a moment, where somehow in a 2 versus 2, but thankfully the MP9 gets in behind. Last man should be a known quantity, at least in towards apartments, and an MP9 and the FAMAS shouldn't have too much issues, but he has picked up a rifle. Yeah, and the fact that he's here is just like might be a little bit bizarre. I guess the more time goes by, the more they're going to expect it. But the lack of armor here is so funny how they actually even got like maybe the first couple of kills you could say, but after that it was a little bit of a spectacle. He doesn't have the bomb, which is super unfortunate. If Shackles would have had that, he's the one dictating this 1 versus 2. He could go to B, he could plant the bomb. Like it could be way more interesting. But now they're just kind of hanging out, waiting for him to appear. I wonder whether there is a temptation to save. I know they're going to have a buy-in towards the next, and they're going to have AKs, but you know, there's also that kind of thing about keeping that long-term economy in check as well, and that was something that really eluded Namibia all the way throughout that previous. It's not going to be the case, and I think, honestly, you just lose that aim draw just due to not having armor. Aim punch, and you know, if you had a bit of armor, they probably actually wins it out against the FAMAS. But B2K sees it off, and it will be a 2-0 start for Egypt, but maybe pretty expensive against the low buy there, right? I mean, getting 3 out of 5 kills, no one's complaining about at all. First of all, going to come through from the T side. We have to see Namibia start well now. They struggled to do so in towards Anubis, and that was the big issue. They lost the first 3 gun rounds from them, and by that point, we're talking about them being 7-1 down, right? So it was a really awkward spot that they were already put into. They can't allow for that to happen here towards their map pick of Inferno. Well, here we go. Grenades down towards the middle of Banana. Not so much damage with the grenade. Shackles here. A double kill would have been huge, but they can't get the backup. Man, it's a good idea. Oh, Wessel right to the smoke. He's going to be taken down nowhere, just making things even worse. 2 versus 4. There was a real chance there. The grenades from Egypt didn't really do that much on the banana position itself. Yeah. But the rifles certainly did. Shackles, the only one to really reply here. And Wessel, classic position, just jumping for information. Hard to catch someone back here. Namibia. They really need like like if they could win a 2 versus 4 like this, get the team fired up, like get something going. Sef's going to be traded. It's all down to Tura. He was, I think, he was one of their best players on the first map. Even though it wasn't a lot, but he had like a good couple of rounds. Not going to be able to make anything happen here. So Egypt just, wow, they're playing lights out Counter-Strike at the moment.
Yeah, and you can see as well, just for Egypt, the vibes are very high. They're playing quite lax in a sense. It's quite loose, but it's working. Sometimes, you know, one of the issues is when you start winning and winning quite comfy, especially like how it was towards map number 1 and sort of how it's feeling early here, you can actually sort of take your foot off the gas and allow for mistakes to creep in. But, you know, they fight fire with fire towards Banana, get really aggro, start to get up in their face, and then, I mean, even in this sort of loose style of play, they're not getting punished for it. So there's no real point changing things up. They know that they can rely off the back of the individuals. They know they can trust somebody to push Banana and get a double kill, or push in towards second mid and do exactly the same. So unless things change and they get punished for that, they don't really need to do anything kind of different, really, Egypt. Maybe they are going to take a little bit of attack pause in the conversation. This is actually something they didn't really do in towards map number 1, especially when things were getting really out of hand. I mean, obviously, 10 rounds Egypt found in that first half, but Namibia, from my understanding, didn't even call a single attack pause. So
yeah,
we would have liked to have seen it, but they just didn't. At least they've called one early here and understood that, okay, first gun round loss, we've got to make something work for us going forward.
Some Tech-9s have come out. Don't hate it. Probably a lot of it is going to rely on getting the first kill, though, and kind of opening up a little bit of speed behind that. Already been slowed down. FaZe just having his way with them at the moment. And trying to see if they can make some entry into the middle. Oh, FaZe nearly getting caught, but he's got the backup there. Bingo ready to clean it up. Shackles. Oh. Good eagle shots. Really cool. You know, again, just for him individually, continuing to prove that he's got someone to work with, but it's a lot right now. Egypt are just individually, like pound for pound, it feels like they are just a couple of steps ahead in terms of the mechanics. Yeah, could see FaZe going towards the AWPer as well. He has about 6.8k, so he actually could maybe pick it up if he wants to, and he will. I do actually like this sort of pickup for him. He's somebody who's had a lot of benefit when he did the AWP in play, and he obviously had a really good round there with a rifle too. But now he knows that Namibia are going to have a buy, and not quite enough money for an AWP, but at least an investment of their own, you're going to have the advantage at range. He knows they probably don't have enough money for the AWP unless somebody's been saving for the last couple of rounds. They didn't see anybody like that, so they know should have the slight advantages. Wesso going to be that first fight. It doesn't go well for him. Zeph will get caught, but B2K in for the trade. At the very least, keeping the pressure on as B2K doubles down. As Tura gets caught as well. Nowhere gets tagged to make matters worse. This could be Egypt once again converting yet another gun round in their favor and taking even more of a lead. Yeah, but this is at least winnable. Ooh, FaZe missing a shot there. Just make it back around the corner. Going to be putting on a bit of a smoke. They've actually already smoked CT, so they might just want to go through right now. I don't think their odds are going to improve, but FaZe will take down Shackles. That's a bit of a problem right now. Plenty of time on the clock, but backup is starting to get there. B2K playing on top of the box. That's so sick. Helping out FaZe. If he stays behind the smoke and behind the coffins there, yeah, FaZe is alone, but great play for B2K. Yeah,
it's just completely overlooked there. Really well done. And I think for B2K, he knows that they've just smoked coffins and the attention's not going to be drawn there. It's all drawn over towards the AWPer, who's in the Molotov as well. So they know that it's sort of one or two ways. Either he dies in the Molotov, but he's still going to hold it regardless. He might swing through. So their attention both gets drawn there. B2K finds that perfect gap, jumps up, and more kills to his name. He's had a really, really good start in towards this map as well. That was a quad kill from him, and 8-1 is how he finds himself in the early part of this game. And a 5-0 start for Egypt. Zero complaints at all. The AWP can have a little peek into a second mid. Full blind. No idea, Bingo. He was completely lost. He'll get caught.
Oh, Shackles a little bit scuffed there. He maybe could have had a headshot. It's curious to see Bingo was that much isolated when they actually had 3 people on the banana position. So it was interesting to see Egypt not try to trade that kill earlier. But at the end of the day, they do trade it. And more so. So more than just trade it, actually get the kill on second player. So pretty good. Bomb's been picked up now, but 3 versus 4. It's another round where Namibia have to try and fight their way back from the deficit, and it's just not that easy. Smoke goes up towards Arch, so putting a little bit of pressure on that side. But actually, B2K is playing in front of that smoke, so he's going to have the information. Do they have a Molotov for his? Yeah, they do. Oh, it's Seth, though. He's up in the apartment, so they can't Molotov him out of the corner.
This is tough. It'll come round. A little bit of chip damage being dealt primarily on towards Turret. Gonna make this harder. One player towards Mini. Alone, trying to stay alive. It's FaZe posted with the AWP in towards Short. Alone gonna get one of his own. Quick flick. But it's all about the flank. B2K yet Another multi-kill round from him. A 3K in that round. A 4K in the round prior. I mean, 11-1. This guy at the moment is unstoppable. Him and FaZe are flying away in terms of the fragging department. And a 6-0 start. Egypt, in a similar vein to what we saw towards map number 1, making this pretty one-sided, right? There's no real conversation to be had at the moment for Namibia.
Yeah.
And once again, we have to look to them and say, how are we actually going to change things up? They've got to try and basically take a few more gambles, a few more risks, whether it's something going super quick out the gates,
I think
flying in towards Banana, flying in towards top mid and taking long control, something along those lines. Because right now, these defaults that they're playing out of spawn, it's not working. It's getting picked apart. Yeah,
I think that's exactly right. Like, the default opens you up to losing more fights.
Yes.
Whereas the out of spawn calls, sure, it's more of a coin flip, but on some sense, like, if you can trade evenly in the first, like, you run a banana and you trade 2 for 2, then at least there's a 3-on-3 after plant, and it's a better position than you're in now. So I kind of agree, like, just trying to do that.
And what have we got to lose, right?
Yes,
I think it's probably the way you've got to think about it. You're 6-0 down. You've already lost map number 1. This is your map pick. Unless things change, unless you're going to put this pressure on, you need to break the economy of Egypt. So you need to do something unorthodox to really even give yourself a chance in towards this game. This is how you have to do it. When you're playing these defaults is what's absolutely killing them, unfortunately. They did take attack pause. They had a conversation. They will get a buyout here, but a Mach 10 and a Galil, and a few Galils have to come in towards the conversation. So we'll make round number 7 maybe a little bit more uncomfortable than they would like. But sometimes then a Mach 10 changes the way you approach the game itself, right? You play a little bit more quick. You play a little bit more up in your face.
Interesting for Alone. Maybe a little bit exposed here as they're going to lose Bingo in the middle. Double setup in the hallways. They don't want to push it, but you know what? They found a bit of an opening. They've taken a lot of damage in return, unfortunately, but might be one of the better chances here for Namibia to get around on the board finally. Push down to the bottom. Shackles, nice headshot. Can he follow it up? And he can. I think that should be enough. There's nobody on the B-bomb side here. Egypt, I don't see them getting back into this round. Nowhere, just waiting in the corner. Takes down FaZe and Alone. If he's going to win this round, it'd probably have to be some sort of ninja defuse, and they know where he is, so that's not going to be a big issue. Right, well done, Namibia on the board.
Yeah, great round to be taken for Namibia, and that's the sort of one that's going to give you a lot of confidence. Only the one casualty, you get an AWP picked up as well, you get the upgrades with the AKs. All you can say is positives in there, and the only thing that we now come into this round is it has to be a consecutive round taken.
Oh, yeah.
If you win it and then immediately go back and lose, straight off the back of it, it's just going to completely kill you in terms of your mental. The morale can fly out the window and all the rest. And for Egypt, no issues reinvesting back in. Obviously, the rounds won in arrears has given them plenty of a cash. So go straight back into a buy. FaZe still picks up the AWP, so no problems that side. Flash and a smoke in towards top cart. And a pop shot through it won't really connect, but maybe a little bit of information to work with. Nade will break open, said smoke, and FaZe will find the shot. And it's a big frag to find. Shackles has been great in terms of these opening parts of the round.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like, the life of a banana entry player is just like that. So, Shackles, he's actually doing what he has to do. Like, if you're playing banana entry, you just have to adopt the mindset, like, I'm going to die most rounds, but if the rounds where I find one kill, I've done my job. Like, that's all I need to do. So, credit to him for keeping it up. Like, you just have to stay strong in that moment and try and make your way through. 6-1, and round number 8 here. Not the best start, unfortunately, for Namibia. Tricky to see if they could get back into this round here. It's this
crazy thing, they were spamming Alone, and somehow they avoided him. Somehow, right? So spamming the window. He was standing behind it, gets avoided, and he stays up here. So they slightly overlook the angle, and then Bingo and B2K who combine for kills. Alone gets overlooked because they spammed that and realized, right, nobody's there. We didn't hear a tag. We didn't do any damage to him. So they come in swinging, looking low, and then he gets away with that first kill, and then that drags attention towards his position and allows for the other two to pounce. Small little things like that are going just right for Egypt. And unfortunately, Namibia left all down to one. Nowhere. AWP in play for him to try and make something out of this. He'll get tagged and now probably hunted as well. They've heard that AWP. There's no point letting that stay alive. Missed shot, but more information gained, and he's now starting to be circled. They smell blood in the water. B2K will collapse upon that position with a double kill of his own and a 13-2 start for him. I mean, he's having a whale of a time. And the one thing we said that they don't want to do is win a round finally and then lose the one straight off the back of it. And unfortunately, that's what happens. And this is the exact same thing that happened towards map number 1.
Remember in the past when that would actually reset the round loss bonus?
Oh my god, yeah.
obviously for MR12, that would actually destroy the game. Like,
yeah,
you know,
it'd be unplayable.
For MR15, it was really rough, but for MR12, it would be unplayable.
You'd lose like 2 gun rounds, and you would actually just lose the game.
Yeah,
like, it's simple as that.
Just like you could lose the wrong round at the wrong time in the game, and like you just be the entire half would be without money basically. All right, here we go. Iesf will take down Bingo at the start. Namibia with another good opening. See if they can keep it going alone. Just jiggling the corner. Actually, more than that. Doing a little bit of damage on top. Throws down the incendiary just to hold them back. But they want to see if they can power their way through. Oh, right into the HE. That's devastating. They jump into it alone with 3 quick kills. The combination of the incendiary, a little bit of damage on top of the HE as they're coming through was actually pitch perfect.
Yeah, everything that could go right there for alone does go right. Does God's work. What a hold from him. And of course, now Iesf left all alone in a 1 versus 3, and they sort of know where he is, and they don't need to fight him. They know he can't get towards the site. Now he can. Good final towards FaZe. Long player.
Let's go.
Collected. Smoke going to go down in towards short, and a plant to come down for that position too. Now he does have room to work with. A 1 versus 2, which isn't completely out of the realms of possibility. Maybe a chance to work with B2K and Wezo. Both had their moments. Primarily B2K when it comes towards the fragging department, but Iesf started to slip the net a little bit, planted for himself, and they started to capitalize upon this position, but they don't know where he is. Smoke down in towards short, going to make this awkward, but he's repositioned, and he might just find a little bit of a gap. Spam, though. Got to get on it. Oh, he just expected it to be a tap and peek, and it wasn't. They didn't expect the stick. And inside of that smoke, it will be once again yet another round for Egypt. And B2K to add yet another kill to his tally. I think that's a risk maybe worth taking. If the spam goes wrong, they can just kill him. I think he's just hoping that maybe they've tapped and he can take a little gamble. But
yeah, honestly, I liked everything about that attempt entirely for Iesf, right?
Yeah.
Like even the rotation around. And the smoke, honestly, it was so close to being a horrible smoke for Egypt. Like, it was too far out towards short. Yeah. So, very unlucky, unfortunately. But, yeah, that was always going to be a hard round to win. Like a 1 versus 3 for him. I think there was a way at the end there. But 8-1 the scoreline. Nowhere going to get run down in the middle. It's B2K he's just completely running wild with this game at the moment. He is 16-2 at this very moment. But it looks like bomb plant's coming through because there's nobody at the bomb site. So, yeah, they're going to keep going. Why slow it down? I like this change of pace. Namibia, just start making these calls. Keep going. Put on some speed behind this. Oh, a surprise for alone. Shackle's going to get traded. But again, like I said, a bomb at least is going to get planted.
Yeah, Molotov can't deny that. But at least you can move somebody out of their position. This is tough. Numbers advantage on the post bomb. But when you look towards Egypt, they don't really have the information to work with.
Yeah, and it's going to take them a while, right? Like, this could be a very tricky round. Plenty of grenades on the Egyptian side, but interesting, there are 2 Molotovs left on Namibia, so that could really slow everything down. You can see them being put out now, both towards short. I'm not sure if that's the best choice. Kazi goes down, B2K. He's just undefeated right now. He just can't be stopped, really. Tura finally going to be able to shut him down, and time is running low. Bingo, close range, going to go for the defuse. Oh, it's inside of the smoke. Iesf, can you do it this time? Trying to get the line up, but he's not got it. And it's going to be the defuse happening. Oh, and a scope from Bingo. Disgusting clutch for him.
What a round coming through right at the end there. I mean, small little things go wrong. I think so. So B2K throws a Molotov from apartment that banks in towards pit wall, but it has to travel through the door, and actually you throw it from quite deep. In that situation, Kazi's got to swing on balcony. He sees the molly come out. That's that perfect timing. He doesn't. He actually allows B2K to reposition. Just here, he's got to swing, right? And he doesn't. And that allows B2K to get that preferential peak, and it gives him space to work with on towards the site and actually gain information that there's a player in towards the back corner. Small little things like that go right for Egypt, and unfortunately go wrong. Over towards Namibia. FaZe the orb on scopes at the worst time. Again, information gains, maybe not the worst thing in the world, especially when it doesn't cost you your life.
Yeah, like seeing players there in second mid, especially that far back, you're right. Like, it gives you have an idea about what the early start of the round looks like from the T side, so definitely always worth knowing. 9-1. Again, it's been lightning fast this half here. B2K on 17-3. It's pretty wild.
152 ADR as well. Love it live. FaZe had his moments as well. 12-7 for him, not exactly bad. A nice opening find for the AWP. Alone, he's loved this position, but a nade will be chunky on towards Kazi. An opening kill. Alone look for 2, can't quite get it. Bingo can trade, and Bingo can double down. That's beautiful. Iesf left all alone in a matter of mere moments, and FaZe will start the round, then he'll close it too with that AWP. 10-1. Once again, Egypt get double digits in the first half. Surely that's game set already.
Yeah, they've really come in. I think we tried to paint the picture at the start of it where you know, something that could work for Namibia is the fact that like they lost the last game, so they could adjust a little bit.
Yeah.
But they're playing different maps, and you know, like if they have like a day where they are the ones who are fired up, but I think it's turned into the opposite, right? Like the fact is, Egypt has shown up today with excessive confidence, and they're just feeling so good about this game right now. So kind of hard to overcome right now for Namibia. There's just no question about it.
Yeah, I mean, what can you really do, right? When you're playing as well as Egypt are, they're just not missing. Nobody is, right? Nobody's really been having an inherently sort of a bad game. Yes, Wesso's been a little bit lesser on kind of the kills as he wasn't towards map number 1. He was the MVP of map number 1, but he's just playing the positions which don't really get the action, so you can't even really blame him all too much. I'll flash out, final round of this half. They want to just try and see it off in maybe a little bit of a positive note, but it's not looking good. Bingo alone again, combining, FaZe finding one with the AWP as well, leaving Zeph all alone, 1 foot in the grave with 3 points of HP, and a hope and a prayer to try and make this sort of round convert. I don't think he's going to have the chance to do so, and he doesn't even have the bomb.
Yeah, so tagged up here. Quick scope at the end. FaZe will be able to pick it up. 11-1, Egypt. They are, I mean, there's nothing I think that could derail them at this point in time, right? They're looking for that third place here. African Esports Championships. They look like they're locked in for it. Yeah, they've been great all the way throughout. I mean, we've kind of seen some of these individuals as well, like, you know, Bingo, who we highlighted coming towards the game, or alone at that 30K in the OT yesterday. You know, where we're seeing, we said these are the names who are going to make a difference. And the fact that now everybody's having their moments, I think, is the real worrying thing. When Namibia, they do have their individuals too. I mean, Shackles doesn't exactly look bad. He's playing that relentless B entry, which is a difficult position. 87 ADRs, kind of bad feat when you're 11-1 down. But I mean, it's just one of those where, as a team, there's only one side in it. 11-1. If this pistol gets lost by Namibia, I think it's pretty safe to say this might be game set for them, right? They've struggled to get in towards this game, and Egypt have just looked perfect, more or less, all the way throughout. I think it's a lot in like some of the micro like fights that are happening for Egypt that Namibia, if they wanted to go home and study it, like that would be the place to start. It's like some of the jiggles that are coming out and like the very tight angles, like it's all down to like very, very small things that put them a couple of steps ahead in so many of these battles here. FaZe starting off the second half. First pistol kill goes his way. And that opens up a lot of things. But again, they don't really jump on it. They say, well, we've got 2 smokes and a Molotov and a flashbang. Let's just wait, see if there's a reaction. And if not, then we can decide where we want to execute afterwards. So I don't hate it. Nowhere wants to find the information. He knows someone's there, but he can't find the kill. And now I think that kind of opens up the gates here towards the A-bomb site. Molotov down towards the pit. Kazi's burning in the back here. Hunted down, yeah. He was probably always going to die. Like, Molotov's right on top of him. Bomb will go down, planted, and now a 2v4 on the retake. No kit to work with either, just both half armor USPS. Both stuck behind that smoke as well, going to make things very difficult indeed. Do we, I mean, honestly, there's then again a conversation to be about keeping hold of the half armor, but it's not going to be the case. Wesso finds one, and Zeph, who does get a consolation kill, gets caught on the trade. 12-1. And Egypt, on their opponent's map pick, are just 1 round away from the map in the series in lightning fast fashion. Unfortunately for Namibia, they've got to force buy-in towards this, but losing a pistol like that really just doesn't give you a hell of a lot of economy to work with. This does feel like it could be the beginning of the end here. I mean, probably the quickest game we've had, maybe nearly all the way throughout this tournament so far. We had, I think there was one back-to-back 13-0. That was actually Egypt, funnily enough, in towards the groups. But aside from that, it's been a real masterclass. Yeah, comprehensive work coming out right now for the Egyptian squad. Again, proving in the region, they're a team or a country to look forward to into the future. Like I bet they're going to be fielding more teams here that are going to be this powerful. FaZe get a kill on Shackles. There's still a player behind them. Kasi actually doing great work with the 5-7. A couple of good headshots here. Might be able to claim the round behind it. 2 versus 2 as Wezo is running wild in the back with a MAC-10 and actually might make the corner. Oh, the Molotov is such perfect work coming out for alone. 1 versus 1. Nowhere versus Wezo here. Flashbang to go on over. Bomb not planted, but there's a minute and 10 seconds, so that's not the most important part here. Nowhere. Does he get faked out? Oh, he's got the right angle for it. Nicely done. I don't think Wezo was ready for that, so another round for Namibia. Yeah, scrappy to say the least in that situation. Down to the 1 versus 1. Hey, at least Namibia stay alive on that, slight little force buy coming through. They had to go for it, right? There's no 2 ways about it. They're sort of on this last life, backs up against the wall, but
It's good for them. It means an AK to work with, a little bit of a reinvestment. And it also will mean with no bomb plant, Egypt can't really buy. I mean, there's an argument to be made about sort of matching force buy with force buy. There's definitely something that a lot of teams go in for. And that is actually what they're going to go for here. Sort of fight fire with fire. And that's a hard way to reset the economy. It's sort of how MR12 in this sort of current economic state works. So I don't hate this decision by Egypt. And they've just seen Namibia do it, so why can't we, as sort of the confidence level they're probably having? We're 12-2 up. What have we really got to lose? We're not really risking all too much by going for this.
Yeah, like they know. They just have to win of the next 10 rounds. They're probably quite sure they can do that. So why not? Why not have a little bit of fun as well? I think, like it's... Be interested to figure out if there's a way to get Namibia to have that practice for next year in terms of like some of these small fights, you know, because I really think a lot of this is in how they navigate some of the angles when they're up close. Like you'd see Egypt have a higher level understanding of how to take some of those like micro engagements that just like it's down to like milliseconds and you have the advantage, right? And if you don't practice against that on a daily basis, it's super hard to get the feel for how that works. So yeah, hopefully they can find a way to find some practice partners. Again, maybe in South Africa there's a way to get like a reasonable fight against some of those guys, because I think with that, like again, they could level up their game quite a bit. Yeah,
get them on the skybox, see where things are going wrong. I guess in that sense. I mean,
figure it out.
It is just these small things that I think the Orca thing is. You do a few small things in a round and it compounds, right? And I think that's sort of where things have been quite costly for Namibia. But, I mean, at least this round started well. Opening 2, made that, not 3. Hang on a moment. Bingo. We'll get 1. And Kazi on the pressure towards his backside. He get overwhelmed here, and he will. Sight open, plant goes down. And now this round, the script has flipped.
Deagle and a Tech-9 for the minute. Ooh, relocating. I don't know about that. That's unbelievably scary, but somehow he gets away with it. Gets a headshot on the Tura. How's it gone this far? They do have a kit on the other side, so they got a little bit of time to work with right now, but it's going to be a painful way for Namibia to potentially lose it. Chaos is everywhere. Alone does go down. It's to the Deagle in the corner. 1 bullet on Seth will do it, and he can't quite land it. It's very close, but nice clutch at the end. They get to keep it alive. That would have been a painful round to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. Back-to-back rounds where it goes down to the 1 versus 1. It goes down to the wire as well, with both players being tagged, but thank God Namibia able to see it off, and it keeps them afloat. And once again, I mean, Egypt, a bomb plant 4 to 5 kills, they could be tempted to fall by again, right? I think, you know, in kind of the position that they're in, especially with how confident they've been.
Yeah.
I've seen so many teams do this where they're like, we made that one so close, why don't we just do it again? Why don't we see if this time it can be the case? It looks like we're just going to see Tech-9 half buy and full buy in towards the next to close it. But
fair enough.
All in all for Egypt, so damn close. I mean, Zeph was barely alive in that situation, but a good clutch coming through from him. They knew where both of them were, right? The reposition, they knew he was stuck in second oranges, knew the other guy was fighting from dark, so I think they always had the information. It was just about hitting the shots from Namibia, and thankfully,
here we go. Look at how quick it is. Tura goes down. The Tech-9 rushes are so scary. Now, they don't run into someone right away, so there's a little bit of a slowdown here, but it's not for long. Again, they're overwhelming them. The bomb site is lost, and that bomb plant going to be picked up right there, so it's going to be coming any second. Bit of a crossfire here. I do like that. Shackle's shot in the back, and Egypt just finding the way. I think the speed behind that attack is so hard to communicate if you're on the CT side. Like, it's over before you even know it hits you.
And we wanted to see those exact rounds from Namibia.
Yes.
Right? They're the rounds that we want to see from them. When things are going bad, a change of tempo will give you a lot to work with, and unfortunately, they just never really did it. They played a lot of these defaults out of spawn. And unfortunately, this is what you're left in 1v3 to try and clutch things up. It will be closed out. Bingo will conclude things, but what a round to seal the deal on, right? A half by just to conclude things. And Egypt, all the way throughout this series, just looked fantastic. There's very few things you can say about them on a negative note. They were great. And I think, unfortunately for Namibia, they just met their match. They lost them in the groups 2-0. That one was a 13-8, 13-6. And then here in the rematch, Egypt, it seems like they've just warmed up throughout the tournament. And here in this third match playoff, they just look great.
Yeah, so great stuff. We knew already from the online qualifier that Egypt were going to be a strong contender for the region. Now they can claim, you know, 3rd place at the African Esports Championships. I'm sure that that's something that they're going to want to improve for next time. No question about it. Like, I think they've got the caliber to, you know, to finish top. You know, even like they finish at the top, even if they keep doing like this. So super exciting. And yeah, they were just very fired up today. Lots to learn for Namibia, but I think you know, overall good starting position. Definitely something to build with, and we got to learn some new names of some interesting players. I think all across the board, like they had a lot going on.
And it does spell actually some quite good times for the region as well. When you've got, we already knew that Tunisia and South Africa were good regions with great Counter-Strike kind of etiquette, and we knew in that sense that we were expecting them to make it to the next stage, and they did, right? But the fact that you've got now a third team who are equally kind of as competitive, they look really great. And you can see that Egypt, they had the protocols, they had the setups, they had a lot of util lineups as well. These small things that just showcase that they've been putting the work in.
Yeah.
Having now a third team, even though there's only 2 spots available, it's really actually good for the region and makes it competitive going forward. And we all know that just competition makes the game better, makes the region better. So I think in that sense, that's really good to see. And Namibia, like you said, for them, if they can get these opportunities to practice a little bit more domestically, play against some of these top South African teams, I don't know exactly what the ping's going to be like over there. It shouldn't be too bad, I think, if I'm right in saying. So workable, right? And I think in that sense, it's just about learning where your mistakes are and how you can kind of plug them in towards an official.
And like we've been saying, like there are more lands happening in South Africa, so maybe they can get, to go to some of those lands that are really sick. I don't know what the visa situations are like between those 2 countries, but it'd be really cool if there was a way to get some of these players to attend more of those lands, build up some experience throughout the years, and come back stronger. That'd be really sick. So hopefully they get those opportunities. They certainly had a lot to learn here, and being on stage and everything, I'm sure they're going to be enjoying that. Spingo on top. I mean, it could have been him. It could have been B2K. Like both of them were playing lights out.
Yeah, Bingo walks away in terms of the numbers department, but I really do have to give a shout out to B2K. I mean, the impact this guy had. I mean, he was getting multi-kill rounds time and time again. I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, that first half, he set the tone early. I think without him stepping up in the way that he was, it actually would have been maybe at times a little bit more close in terms of maybe a couple more rounds for Namibia. So, yeah, credit to Bingo, but also B2K definitely gets a shout out as well. That guy was incredible all the way throughout. And this is the thing we're talking about. We have multiple different facets of where firepower is being found here by Egypt.
Oh, yeah.
That is such a good thing to have, right? Multiple different players who can step up. We already saw alone get a 30 kill game in that OT yesterday, right? We saw the likes of Bingo, Wesso in towards map number 1. He was the top fragger there, over 180 yards. So we have multiple different kind of issues where, and unfortunately, they couldn't. But that is us concluded for the third place playoff. We're going to throw this one over to a break. We shall see you soon. Thank you for joining us in a bit.
P250s can do a lot of work here. DinaCroft is aware of the possibility. I think they must have heard something because they just paused. So they find 2 SSB. Are they ready for the rest of the squad to walk around this corner? So slow on their approach. They might get caught off. Going a little bit too soon on the shots. Not connecting. Those HEs should do the job. Yep, a double dunk. And Avo with the USP sits in the smoke. She might be able to push through and catch somebody off guard. If she's lucky, TNG's holding for it, so no, not going to be the case.
Yeah, nice and easy. Just the eco coming out for South Africa. They want the guns ASAP. It's good that they got that much space in towards top middle, though. I think that's the most important thing, because if you're Tunisia, you've now got to sort of address this. The fact that South Africa have already just shown the conditioning really early is a very good thing, because it means that Tunisia now needs to be acutely aware of it. And if you're South Africa, you can try pushing it every now and then. We have seen aggressive tendencies now come out for this CT side now that the box has been introduced onto D2. Fight for long with the util, with the guns. This is more what we expect. 2 entries early.
Yeah, and fighting long is going to be really hard for Tunisia, I feel. They're going to need the good spawns, and their utility is going to need to be spot on. But you know South Africa are going to lock that down every single time. And if you don't have that control, if you're forced to go short every single round, South Africa's just going to funnel you into a choke point.
Hot take, I wouldn't even go for long, at least in the early stages of the round. Because if you're being just demolished like that, then it's going to be brutal just taking it. I'd prefer like taking tunnels, taking halls, taking middle, and then going in towards long, rather than losing all your players. Avo just gets 2 kills immediately, and she wants to hype up the team.
Yeah, that's great from South Africa. You get the 2 out towards long for free, no casualties at all. Avo gets boosted over their own smoke in short, which is there to deny info. She then is on an elevated position to catch the jump up to Xbox, trades her teammates, gets a beautiful triple kill to get things started for South Africa. They're on the board for real this time.
Great sequence from Avo. Yeah, I prefer this. But look at KC. Look at how aggressive this is. This is what South Africa are going to do every single round. They're just going to vary the tone and the tempo of their aggression. There's Lazy being caught off guard, and KC is out of tons.
The smoke's actually not giving her enough space. Okay, she does manage to escape the situation just about. Now the swing from short. Good shot, but Avo able to get that trade. Keeps the advantage there for South Africa.
That was like long.
I'm looking at the space on this minimap. I feel like this is how it's going to look for Tunisia a lot. South Africa are going to be fighting for this control.
Yeah, I mean, look, Casey pushed tunnels, and then you got Avo. Look at where the kill is on Psy, like all the way deep in spawn. And you are, as you sort of foretold, Lucy, it's going to be like instantaneous on these aggressive hits. Like we saw that Avo started pushing long immediately after Casey got the opening kill and fell back out of middle. You're in a 3-on-4. It is still perfectly feasible to kind of string this round together if you're Tunisia. I wouldn't mind mid to B smoke. You then just take the space up short. I was going to say with DinaCroft's lurk, but DinaCroft's now been very loud about the fact that she is long.
Trade's good. Now it's the bomb spotted. And this now relies on DinaCroft. She needs to be more active. She can't just sit at the back of blue. There's 30 seconds left. Her teammate's fighting all by herself. Gets the kill though. Spots another. Now the support comes. She starts to rotate, running very quickly from long. Needs to be able to provide that cross. Both players for the CT side are kind of stuck in CT. So actually, this bomb will be allowed to be planted. And being able to progress up, it's going to be difficult. There's DinaCroft. Comes in just as she's needed to close.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they just weren't expecting DinaCroft in long, though, because it does look like that South Africa were just so convinced that it was going to be a short plant and then another short player, because DinaCroft was so late on her rotate to long in the first instance. And that's because she smoked herself off in long. So even though we were critical about it, it works anyway, I guess. Tita 7-1 as well.
Aggressive fight towards top middle. TNG lighting up a double. Smoke to veil the other two, but they're not going to be too worried about sticking around. They want to take the space. HS's Deagle doesn't find connection, and now Lazy on the lurk gets hers. is looking good for Tunisia.
Yeah,
decisive. Oh.
Oh, she timed out.
Well, Megs will take the freebie.
And that's all it should be. 9 HP, no armor. You back out of there, you save the AK. Unfortunate for Lazy, but it doesn't affect the grand scheme of things. Tunisia will get another round here. This is 4 on the T side already. I know D2's a T-sided map. However, I do think it's becoming a lot more 50-50, especially with the short boost sort of change with the boxes. The fact they've been able to deal with the aggression, and it's one gun round that has broken the entire economy for South Africa. Megs can drop an AWP in theory to 2 SSB if she wants it. However, I think with the game planning, I think they're just going to stick with rifles.
Yeah, I feel like just be... I mean, you might just do it just because you can afford it anyway, but yeah, it doesn't look like it will happen, no. So they will stick to the 5 rifles. Is Lazy good? Yeah, she's bought, so it must have just been a temporary issue. She's not too bothered. We do have the AWP on that T side, saw that purchased. So that is in play. Yeah, there we go. Molotov into bedroom, denies access, and so this is where I want to see what Tunisia do now, because they don't get long, which is where they wanted to go. Are they going to retake it?
This is interesting as well. Variation for South Africa, they put a smoke in towards top mid, they put a molly just on the right-hand side, and have not put personnel there. Instead, they've just used util, and they're just keeping Tunisia back. And they've still got 2 smokes just for the rest of the round. Avo in the corner, Lazy needs to clear.
Avo communicating a lot from that position.
Oh, that's deep. Casey can work with this.
Yeah, it's actually given her a lot of space. She's more than happy to sit in front of this. I think the Crop's aware of that position, but head down, not spotted. Now she sees something. Damage goes both ways. Casey just trying to stay alive. Utility hounding her, and Lazy catches out Avo at long. This now gives them the pathway through. IHS needs to step up, and she does so with style. A triple kill. Flashbang forward doesn't affect TNG. Goes a little deep. The flick, though, doesn't connect. Megs and Casey both combine. Leaves it to Tita. 1 versus 1. Has the bomb. Drops her AK. Wanted to pick up one on the floor. It didn't automatically go into her hands. No, the AWP, in fact.
Oh my gosh,
what's
she
doing?
Going on?
Juggling weapons away. Very loud about it. Oh no, she's stuck in the basket. Ah, that just felt like the pressure got to her.
Yeah. That's unfortunate, to be completely honest. I'm not sure what the intention was there. Maybe just juggle the AWP away to make sure that South Africa couldn't have it, but...
I think she was just indecisive about how she wanted to play there.
Absolutely, and she got just stuck on the box. Shout out Casey and Megs, because they recover that round completely for South Africa. It's actually Avo that overextends in towards long. It's what Tunisia were doing against Egypt as well, just playing passive, waiting for this aggression. They're really good at reacting. And for South Africa...
Oh, it's a fake molly so they can push in.
It's nice.
Avo gets first contact. Now that trade should come through as they push. Yeah, Megs gets 1. Lazy still known in the lowers. But that means long was completely clear, and you can see Tunisia have taken that space with glee.
Yeah, you got to reset here if you're IHS and 2SSB. They've got no flashes to stop this progression either. The smoke's over. Casey's dealt with the mid lurk. Now it's one-dimensional, but South Africa got no info.
No space either. Good HEs put IHS back on the back foot. Flash over the top. Molotov does force the AWP out. TNG misses the shot under pressure. She gets run down. And Sai, it all falls to her. Oh, what a shot from Casey.
And that retake is just immediate. And look at how decisive it was as well for South Africa. Molly forward, flash over the top. 2 players scaling in from short. 1 goes in from CT. It is just incredibly decisive. And that's the difference. And that's why South Africa, for me, have always been the favourites coming into Casablanca, because it is this decision-making in the midst of the moment, in the heat of it as well. It is almost always immediate. That's exactly what they needed. Tunisia could not get comfortable in that afterplant. Not to mention the shots.
Even with bomb plant, 0 loss bonus. This is funky. TNG's gone for a hero Galil. You got a couple of pistols around her. There's a Mac-10. This feels like they're not on the same page into this round. With Avo finding that kill to TNG, this one's going to get mocked up, and they're going to have really a weird financial situation.
Yeah, this is the pressure. We saw it out of Tita in that 1v1. Now we're seeing it here in the buy. This is the pressure really getting to Tunisia. And Avo, always in control at long, will find Lazy. A flawless round here or thereabouts would be brilliant here for South Africa, but Tita tucks in the corner. Casey might be her next victim.
There's such a good way to catch a player out. You can see Tita's really holding for this push, which I think it's going to come to her. How thorough is Casey? Oh. How are you supposed to deal with that, with the Tech 9? An accidental jump, and then she just AD spams around the corner. We are all tied up.
And 4 alive is brilliant. As we're saying, look at the economy now. It's boosted. Casey could even drop an AWP to SSB if she falls in the next round. I think even with the loss bonus anyway, South Africa will have a good showing. Despite Tunisia going Mac-10 Tech 9, they have got the Galils in with the AKs. They have got a little bit of utility to sort of support the buy in round 9. But it feels like definitely the control of the game has been handed to South Africa. It's up to Tunisia to wrestle that back.
Yeah, when you consider, 3 of their lost rounds was the pistol and 2 ecos, right? So the gun rounds, the bulk of them have gone the way of South Africa. It's just the economy wasn't there early on. Now we're going to see a bit more presence towards B. Megs might finally get tested early on. Casey really needs to sort out her scroll wheel.
This is the same default we've been seeing out of South Africa quite a lot. Rather than actually starting someone aggressive, this time Casey steps back in towards mid, and then you're going to have probably IHS into SSB, maybe pushing the issue on short. Casey falls back, but it's Megs still finding success. Casey chimes in with one as well. Now you're going into the short setup.
Yes, Megs just winning the fight out in towards the halls. IHS ready for a fight. And you got 2 players in middle. Tunisia, no space. Avo pushes long. The walls are closing in. The lines at the door. Oh, head revealed. Looking for that tap. Just as B creeps in with the AWP. Actually misses her shot. Lazy able to capitalize on that aggression, but it doesn't matter. It's still South Africa coming out ahead.
I actually really like that from Tunisia. They go, okay, we know you're going to be pushing. Come get us. Come fight us. And they're able to still try and make a round out of it. Lazy catches off Avo, but it's Casey that steps up once more. There she is, shining in the server. 10 kills to her name. And now you're in this weird position where you're Tunisia, where you've got the consistency of not being able to put the bomb down, which means you're going to be having Tech 9s in this next round. Then it's going to be 8Ks, it's going to be Tech 9s. You fall out of a rhythm. And South Africa can now build potentially to 8 rounds in this first half.
Still going to keep buying, I guess, Tunisia at this stage. They can get out, Galil's AK, but
I don't like this, though, because you're sacrificing like later AWPs down the line. You're sacrificing Psy being on a Mac-10 in this one. I don't know.
Yeah, she's kept extra money. She did repurchased after having an AK to start with, so maybe there is some of the extra money for an AWP.
This is cool. So now they've dropped the same top mid, top molly, and now it's Casey and IHS just behind all the util.
Yeah, creeping forward. Got a player holding lowers for them as well in Avo. She's actually the one that takes first contact. Now the swing comes. Casey ready for the fight. Traded out, but they do lose out players everywhere else. Avo, a double. And Psy, who was towards bedroom, has really not got much to do now because all she has is the Mac-10. Her team devastated by this aggressive setup. Mex is in T-spawn. The bomb firmly in South Africa's control. This is about to be that 6th. And it feels like that shift happened at about round 5, round 6, and it's just been South Africa since then.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. To be honest, it's really cool just seeing the amount of aggression out of South Africa, but there's a lot of different variants to it. Like in this round, for example, you've got IHS, even with the drop-off, with the sound cue baiting Casey in, and you've got Avo, who normally starts long, normally fights for that space, just kind of linking up with them, going through short, then fighting lowers. It's targeted aggression that is working in such close proximity, so you can always guarantee these trades. It's really cool to see from South Africa.
A lot of conversations between 2SSB and Avo. I feel like the two of them probably have a lot of different ideas that they can bring to the table.
Where'd you aggress now if you're South Africa?
Thanks for that, Megs.
You've gone B, you've gone top mid, you've gone long. Like, what's the answer now? Where do you feel like going next?
Tunisia are going to go towards B. Casey's already in lowers. But Megs is the only one on site itself. Problem is, Tunisia have to spend so much resource just clearing out this middle section of the map, which South Africa have just decided they're going to plant their flag and say middle is ours, deal with it.
It's interesting. So they drop the tunnel smoke and they're going to try and wait. Sai overwhelms Casey. You know that there's always a player pushing mid for South Africa, and now you try and overwhelm Megs.
Yeah, Megs is alone at the back. Doesn't seem to matter. Still standing, making it difficult. There's no Molotov to flush her out. That utility that they don't have because of the continual reinvestment means that they can't deal with Megs. She can just duck her head down and be a nuisance, and it's forced Tunisia to reset. 2SSB has them locked out if they want to cross through this door.
Wow. It just gets worse. And this is the thing, you can come in with all these game plans. It looks like Tunisia had a methodical approach for every single one of their opponents so far, but you're going up against just the disruptors in South Africa. And they will do whatever they want, and you have to come up with an on-the-fly solution. Maybe it's this fight in mid. Dina Croft, accompanied with Sai's flash, is enough, but 2SSB and Megs, the crossfire holds strong, and Sai is so low from that HE put forward in towards lower. And the bomb's been dropped. 2SSB even goes with the pistol. It's too easy for South Africa.
Too easy for Megs. That's really all her that round, right? First up is the one that keeps them out of B. She was the only one on site. Everyone else was posted in towards middle, and I think a player over towards A, right? So if Megs falls at all, they can get into that bomb site. And then on that regress into middle, the flash play is great from Tunisia. They get that first kill for free. 2SSB is forced to fall back to CT. Megs goes up to window, provides that crossfire, so there's no trade potential in the 2SSB. She hits her shot. The players traded out. Megs with 2 critical kills.
Fake Molly again.
Yeah, they want to push more. Megs not done with the action. Does fall, but there's that second part of it. Casey gets 2, drops the bomb. Calming that over, not quite sure where they're going to be coming from, but the smoke into T spawn is going to make this all the more difficult. And now the rest of her team can come support her.
Yeah, the sound cue. Okay, well, one's in spawn. Okay, says IHS and Avo will just run through long and grab this kill. That'll come forward in the next few seconds. Dina Croft on an island, needs to fight her way out of it and can't. So Lazy left alone. It's going to be 8-4 for South Africa, no doubt.
Yeah, a little slow start to things.
Especially after replaying the pistol.
Yeah, right. This could have been even more one-sided. 9 or 10-2 a potential. Or 9-3. Instead, it is 8 for South Africa with a CT lockout.
Yeah, that's 7 in a row for South Africa as well. Just looking incredibly strong on the CT side. You now move over to the attack, and it's going to be them that is just going to be aggressive. They don't care if Tunisia is going to push, and we haven't really seen sort of that style of play either from Tunisia on that CT side. I think they're going to give a lot of respect over to South Africa, and that's going to be punishing.
Yeah, I think the T side is really where South Africa do so much of their work. It's going to be really hard to deal with their game plan, their approach. They have the spawns for long.
Oh, no.
This round's going to be reset.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's
much
cancelled.
typing. What is it with this game and pistols?
We'll get that one rerun. It looks like all of Tunisia just paused.
Not ideal. There we go. Match medicked.
Yeah, so does that actually reset the spawns?
It restores it, so everyone's in the same spot.
I wonder if we'll see the same game plan come through.
Probably. Everyone's bought from Tunisia apart from Tita, which now makes me concerned there might be a bigger issue at hand.
Well, no one's behind any of the players, so admin's kind of loitering, doing the little admin thing where they poke and prod and
Tita's bought as well, so I think we're good.
they pull out rams and stick in USBs, licking capacitors.
Please stop.
That's what admins do. And
Yeah.
off again.
We all look
All right.
okay. And it is the
Same game plan. Out towards long. 2 players through short, so it's going to be a split onto A.
That's a really cool flash, the one that gets like deep short. So it actually acts as a scaling flash for long. Jump, offsets the crosshair, and Avo finds both. Avo's been brilliant.
Yeah, always good. The first kill she got there was so clean. Megs helps her out with the second just by offsetting the players. Bomb down, 4 on 3. There is a kit. IHS has got information on 2 though. In fact, all of the CTs progressing through their spawn. IHS takes down another. She might not be done yet. Having a little poke on through. A gush under Lazy. Now Casey's going to swing through. Tita gets one. Lazy as well. Oh, suddenly it's the 1-on-1. Oh my god, how has that happened?
I don't know. I have no idea. I think Tita's got enough time as well. It looked like
that was the kit.
Yeah. How she won that? South Africa get cocky. They drop in towards CT spawn with the Glocks.
2 on 4.
And they just lose.
There was a gush onto Lazy. That's crazy. I don't even hate the way that Casey played there, dropping into middle to get that kill on the Lazy.
Yeah, that's fine.
The problem was the other players
and then
dropping down.
Even in the 1v1, IHS just doesn't need to peek in that instance.
That's true, actually. She knows that last player is in CT, right?
Yeah, don't need to do it.
Feels she can lock it in, but in the 1v1 time.
So this is 8-5 with both pistols going to Tunisia.
Well, of course they're going to buy. Bomb plant secured. We have the classic Psy P90.
Amazing.
Put your hand up for your hater. You'll never know if we put our hands up or not.
I did.
We both did. So actually you will know. We're haters. Especially on this map. Couldn't think of a worse map to buy it on.
Where's she even playing with it?
Long.
Okay, great.
Wait, no, sorry, no, she's not. That's not true. Short. There's no good place to play with it.
This feels like you're dropping utility mid to B. You might not go mid to B. No, you want to go mid to B. Fair enough.
All right, well, there's only one player on B. Tita, you got a lot on your plate right now. We'll ding through the smoke. We'll do some damage. And yeah, all the CTs just don't have any space. Now they can just overwhelm. Tita's alone. She's not going to have the bullets to deal with them. Overwhelmed. Thought Megs would have had that one, but at least Avo's there to trade. Bomb to be planted. HHS with the forward position, able to clean up. The P90 somehow gets one.
Go on, get more. Get more.
Prove us wrong.
Go around the corner. Where the flashbang helping out? There it is, deployed by Psy.
It's going to go too deep. Too deep. 2 SSBs in front of it. She gets a double. Lazy. 1 versus 3. Will catch off 1, but can't get the follow-up. 2 SSB with 3 on the bomb site. And the force buy. Even worse news for Tunisia, having won the pistol.
Yeah, that's kind of worst case scenario now because you have to invest in now if you're Tunisia. South Africa win this, that'll force the eco, and you're already, staring down the barrel of 11 rounds here. So maybe it was tactical genius. However, it definitely was a little bit of a blunder from South Africa. You're at this point where they're going to be dominant. They're going to be just sort of going wherever they want. And I'm interested to see what the response is for Tunisia. B spawns. Let's go B, says Avo.
Yeah, why not? May as well just play
lower push.
Everyone's here.
Oh, they ecoed.
It's an eco lower push, and it gets mauled. Megs, eco farming with a 3-piece on that Mac-10. Swaps now to the M4. They'll be very happy with how that one played out.
Controversial, I don't like that eco there. Because you won pistol, you then lost the follow-up. You're on first stage loss bonus.
They're going to have what?
Famouses,
3.5
MP9s,
here?
like
Yeah.
nothing.
Can't even really buy a P90 comfortably. Are they like 2,300 or something?
I don't know. I actually have no idea. 2350 maybe?
That
I
sounds
don't
like the
know.
right number.
It's in that realm.
But surely it's not more than a FAMAS.
I think it is.
Maybe it's like 2,150. I'm going to look it up.
It's more than a FAMAS, I think.
Who actually has it in their loadout? Like, it's literally
Sai.
objectively the worst.
Yeah, look at this, by the way.
SMG.
So we've got a half buy on some players, and then other players have got FAMASes.
Yes, the thing. You're completely screwed.
They're already in short. They're just going to exec and go.
TNG's buying for the next round, so you're already kind of conceding that 11th.
But this is what was happening in that first half as well, where you had half the Tunisia players buy in and half of them not. It feels a little bit muddled. Maybe the FAMAS can do something though. Sai on the angle, but she's just being dinked down. It's I Hate Jess and Avo that combine, and suddenly South Africa are in A.
Yeah, just force their way in. Easily handled. And that's going to be an 11th for South Africa. And you were right, Brandon. 2350.
Nice.
It is too much, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, why is it so expensive?
It's because it got nerfed ages ago, because people used to use it all the time in Go, and then like it got its kill
That's
reward
just-
reduced.
Yeah, the kill reward's one thing. It shouldn't be more expensive than a FAMAS.
No, it shouldn't. You're right.
That's crazy.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. No one's buying it.
MP9s, AWP out for TNG. Tunisia, I think, struggling. I think the pressure has definitely got to them here in map 1. This is with both pistol rounds. Both pistols, and they're losing 11-5.
4 MP9s and an AWP. They're just not on the same page. TNG, this round is yours. It has to be.
Oh, yeah. I like this push out Tunisia if they go in towards B, but they don't. They need info.
Okay, well, TNG needs to get to A. The new boxes will allow her to get up there.
Here's that push, so that's the confirmation. 4 players now going to reroute over here. MP9's up close!
Casey.
And Casey just jumps into the fight.
That's kind of crazy. Avo is going to try and clear forward to give them something to work with.
Crazy.
They need the space. 2SSB posted with the AWP as well. Bomb not down. They're not feeling comfortable to plant it. Where even is it?
It's in short.
Oh, that's the issue. Yeah. Okay, especially with TNG falling. Smoke will allow them to pick up the bomb.
Maybe a boost on the box. That could be quite fun.
Spam does a bit.
Yeah, they are doing this. I like this a lot. This can get Avo back in the fight. 2SSB needs to run away, needs to make the noise for Avo.
Ooh, Avo.
This is very one and done.
She needs to get a multi here, and it's a position where getting a multi is impossible. Even one, too hard. Sai prepared for it. A play that they'd shown earlier. A 1v5 for 2SSB. Bomb planted, and they're all going to be coming from the same area. Doesn't matter if you don't hit the first, though. 4 MP9s and an AWP. South Africa lose to themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Casey jumping just in the open on short.
Why is the bomb going with the short
I
players?
don't know. That's the main issue. It shouldn't be.
If that's 3v5 with the bomb, they've got full site control.
Yeah, it's
they
better.
win that round probably.
Well,
They have an AWP. They have
yeah.
two players with utility that can post up, lock out angles.
it's just a waste.
What is that?
I feel like she's like messing up her scroll wheel or something.
I think it must be because we've seen a few times like accidental jumps from her. I think her mouse is like she's just scroll wheel jumping accidentally.
I think so. Double AWP. Lazy's got the second here for Tunisia. 2SSB has brought another one out for herself. This is a lot more. This is a classic default round on Dust 2. You take lower, you go in towards mid, you then fight for catwalk, and then you decide where you want to go after that.
Yeah,
Find out where 3 players are. And you go to the
literally
places
how
with
every
2.
Dust 2 game goes.
Better flash. Sai doesn't care. Oh, much better out of Sai. 2 entries again on short.
See how good the M4 is, Sai. P90 could never. Great stuff for Tunisia.
out of util, dumps it towards short here.
Gonna funnel them towards B. Tita lies in wait. Lazy with the secondary AWP. Didn't know that there's 2 in play, in fact.
They don't know about the second AWP yet, South Africa. Good timing on this re-molly out of Dina Croft. Here's Lazy with that second sniper, just holding the cross out of lower.
I think that she should maybe move.
Go B.
Yeah, because you've got 2 players in short. You don't need to worry about that cross.
They're too invested in it.
They need
now Tita's isolated.
Yeah, they need to get a player from short to watch mid so that she can rotate. She's going to rotate, but it's too late. It's too late. Can she get anything? No. Forced off the line. The player on site fell without anything. Bomb being planted. 3-on-3. Casey's low. And all the utility has been expended almost on both sides.
Look at Dina Croft, though. Dina Croft could win this whole play with the push in through tunnels. No one's exposed to it right now. Casey's giving it cursory glances, but that's a big kill. Meg's removed over at the boxes, and suddenly 2SSB thrown in another clutch. They overwhelm. It's Tunisia being prevalent here on the retake.
Yeah, that was well played. Despite kind of losing the site initially, the retake is good. They don't get too flustered, don't try and overwhelm, take their time, allow that push from Dina Croft to come in. Not even necessary in the end because they win the fight on Megs. Again, I do feel like that's the situation where the T's are a little overeager to go for a fight there. I think Megs can play a bit more bait set up from that position. It's a tough call.
Yeah, I just think that they shot themselves in the foot as soon as they took the site because they didn't take tunnels after it. They didn't really have any space. They were already trapped, and they were relying a lot on these crossfires, and I think that that's why they kind of went for these fights.
You don't want the AWP to be playing around default, right? That's like the worst spot you can be with the AWP.
This is one final buy, and then Tunisia can break this eco here at South Africa.
It's going to be long. That's the play. A little early on the smoke break. So TNG won't see anything.
This is fast scaling. And that molly missed as well. In fact, mollies are missing everywhere. Meg's just up and over. That's the AWP gone.
Yeah, demolishes her. Dina Croft's unknown. At Gandalf. Swings out, gets KC. 2SSB will get one back. In fact, make that 2. Deals to Dina Croft. Now it's a 4-on-2. Short just locked out. You do have this long push from Tita, but that's being accounted for.
Save. Please save. Your money is all out of whack. And Tita gets whacked by 2SSB. What a round from her. 3 in it. I mean, Sai can hold on to the M4 if she's even allowed to by South Africa. But you're looking at Tita with no money. You're looking at Dina Croft with no money.
Yeah, this is going to be map point on Tunisia's map pick, no less. There's something whereby 2 players can fully invest, so I can drop one, so
TNG can AWP.
It's not the worst. Yeah, there's that AWP. It's not fantastic, but it's something.
It will do.
Yeah.
South Africa, I think, have just realised that you can just go 5 anywhere. As long as you're trading, that's the main thing.
I mean, that's what Egypt were doing, right? Yeah. In a lot of their successful rounds. When it's slow, that's when Tunisia are able to get things going. Now they can just brawl out long. Flashbang was good, but 2SSB able to bail out I Hate Jess. TNG's AWP does chime in. She has an open firing line for more. And she hits one. Avo drops. Casey crawling forward. Eventually they do overwhelm. But having lost those 2 players out long, TNG, it feels like 2 is not even enough. Lazy and Tita crawling out through the smoke. Tita somehow wins that fight. So now it's a 2-on-2. And there is a world. There is a way into this for Tunisia. Lazy needs to be that player to do it. Creeping forward through CT. 2SSB hasn't spotted her. And it's awkward. Can't win it. It's on to Meg. She can't find her shot. And that's a beautiful retake from Tita and Lazy.
They love over-aggressing in these situations, don't they, South Africa? Like, do you really need to be fighting that if you're 2SSB? You found 3 brilliant openers. I was really going to praise her and say the experience is shining through right when it matters most for South Africa. And then she's just wide-swinging into CT for, like, no reason. It's silly, and it happens on almost every single afterplant.
They're giving Tunisia a chance that didn't look like they'd have after 2 entries towards long.
Yeah.
TNG only gets 2, so you still got the player advantage. Bombs down. Everything's looking pretty good for them. Now Tunisia have actually a pretty similar buy because only 2 players survived.
It's actually crazy to me that South Africa are like letting Tunisia back into this game. Because I'm being honest with you, this scoreline does not reflect how dominant this game has been. This is Tunisia that winning just 2 pistols. One of those was a 2v4 that was just given on a silver platter to them. Then it's winning the eco, winning the follow-up. Like, that's how you get these rounds in. And then it's South Africa when they're in these afterplants, just completely overextending. It's completely allowing Tunisia in the map. There's been great moments from Tunisia, but it's been South Africa making these mistakes.
I think that's what we saw on day 1 for South Africa as well, right?
Yeah.
Some of the rounds that they were losing to Morocco, it's when they were feeling just a bit too
confident.
Good. Yeah, too confident, just letting to disrespect the opponent, which, you know, in some cases can be fine, but they were getting hard punished for it. It shouldn't still matter here, but this is likely to be a 3-round game. It's a half investment. Still fairly toothy. We've got MAC-10s and AK that's in play. So a little pop play onto B could be the answer, although 2 players lie in wait, so you're going to get past both. In fact, a 3rd rotate. South Africa going into the jaws of the beast. And Lazy, she bites hard. Tita gets hers as well. She's still present, still fighting. 2SSB does overwhelm her. Swaps to the AK. Surely a 1v3 isn't how this ends. Nina Croft peeks around the angle. They line up, but Sai able to trade it. Almost South Africa, but Tunisia holds on.
That's a lot of damage economically done by 2SSB. That'll be really reflected in this buy here for Tunisia, but it's that P90. That P90 keeps them in it.
I mean, any gun would have helped them there.
No, it was the P90.
Hey, it does have a high fire rate. NT for 2SSB had the right read of the situation.
Oh, that's so close.
Yeah.
Back to a default. South Africa slow things down.
You know what? For all we said about 2SSB not being the key figure for South Africa, she has been. 21 kills. And this T side in particular. That's an opening, though. Parked up. This double layering short has been the modus operandi for Tunisia almost every round. So surely they're going to be prepared for it. Flashbang good. Oh, Flashbang's brilliant. Avo devastates them. I Hate Jest kicks them to the curb. And this is looking more like we expected to end it. Clean, calm, collected Counter-Strike. South Africa just need these 2 final kills, make it 1. And Dust 2 will be theirs. The AWP 1 before it goes. But that's South Africa taking Tunisia's map pick.
Yeah, definitely not in the most convincing fashion if you're South Africa, but the important thing is that they got it over the line. I think Tunisia, they did show a lot of resilience, as they have done all throughout just sort of this competition, especially in Casablanca. But when the going gets tough, it's just an Avo pop flash play in towards short. They read into the setup, they got it.
Yeah, and this is what we kind of painted as Tunisia can be punished because their CT sides are very easy to know what's going on because they don't have a lot of variance. If something works for them, they're going to keep doing that setup, right? We saw it on Mirage, which is the next map. South Africa will have studied that. They'll have seen how they set up. Dusty, that short setup, yes, it worked great. In 2 rounds, in fact. One of them was because of an accidental scroll wheel jump, but that just means in that last round, they know that there's going to be 2 players there.
Also, it was just over-invested the entire time. Like, I feel like once you get that space in towards short, you get that opening kill, you can just leave it. You can just rotate away. Instead, it's just sort of always just having these 2 players in short and not doing anything after you've got the initial kill. And that's the ultimate undoing here of Tunisia. I think they showed some good CS, but it was South Africa. Despite this scoreline looking close, they were always in control.
Yeah, when you think about how they lost 2 pistols, right? Yep. One of them, unfortunate. The other one was overplaying, which is an issue that you kind of flagged, just getting over-aggressive. I think they lost, like, what, 3 rounds
3 or 4
maybe,
easily.
just from that sort of aggression, an unnecessary fight-taking alone. I think it actually worked pretty well on the CT side in a lot of these cases, but not always. But yeah, when you consider that the first 4 rounds that Tunisia got were kind of just based on the economy, they won 1 gun round, right? That was ultimately what their CT side, the T side amounted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tunisia were kind of gifted a few of these CT rounds. South Africa should have had a more dominant scoreline. And I think that's something that if they are the team that qualifies to Riyadh, they're going to have a tough time against some of the stronger teams from like Europe and the like. But they were able to get away with it here.
What I will say as well, Tita was 8-1 at one stage. She ended the game, I think, 16-15. So that's a real drop-off in performance. I liked what we got out of Dina Croft. I think Sai had some important moments. But that's the thing. They're all moments, but they're not amounting to rounds in succession. That was the big thing. Being able to get rounds back-to-back, breaking the economy and stabilizing your own. Tunisia never had sort of control and say into what guns they could purchase.
Yeah, that's the thing. In fact, this entire map was very much built around that. Tunisia just kept forcing on that T side. And I think if they'd been a bit more disciplined with their economy, they could have had some more substantial buys. For instance, the round where they wanted to go B, it actually looked really good for them. If they had a Molotov, they could go back plat to where Megs was standing. She was the only one near that bomb site. That could have been their round, which could have been kind of the turning point for that T side. But unfortunately, a few of these small little misplays, that's what cost them. And South Africa wasn't perfect, but it was a win.
It was. And now you go to Mirage. I know we kind of questioned the veto a little bit. I know you're not a big fan of the Mirage pick for South Africa. Do you think Tunisia can turn it around here?
From what I saw at Mirage yesterday, no. Because there were some good ideas.
Yeah.
I actually really liked how they were getting mid-control pretty consistently on the T side. My problem is their CT side. It just felt so identical every single round.
Yeah.
Sai is always going to be sitting with that P90, crouch behind default, sometimes under shadow. I did see her do that once or twice, but you know the two positions she's going to be. If you can just punish that with some good Molotovs, 2 Molotovs, and you've got A-side for free every round. Our match MVP, I'm excited to say it actually, that's 2SSB, just because we kind of came into this series talking about the AWP diff, talking about how it's going to be the rifle, it's going to be Casey, you know, who's doing a lot of the work. It can be IHS, it's going to be Avo. 2SSB, actually, top of the table.
Yeah, and she was actually getting the majority of her kills with the rifle. Like she had like back-to-back 3K entry rounds, which didn't actually result in South Africa winning a round, which I think is crazy to me, to be honest. But I think she had a great game. I think Avo was brilliant as well. I think Avo's variance and the cooling, especially on CT side, needs a lot of praise and needs a lot of attention because it really undid Tunisia in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's going to be our first map concluded to decide who's going to Riyadh. South Africa, 1 map away. Their map choice of Mirage coming up next. Map 1 went the way of South Africa, the map pick of Tunisia. That was Dust 2. We now go to Mirage, Brandon, a map that Tunisia won yesterday against Egypt. South Africa picked into it. We've kind of set the stage that we feel that they've studied Tunisia's game plan. What can Tunisia do to force that third?
Just be a bit more proactive. I want to see just variance in the setups. I think that's the big thing that we kind of highlighted, not only yesterday on Mirage against Egypt, but Dust 2 here, it was evident that once they felt they had a winning formula, they'd just stick with it. And there was no sort of direct sort of nature to really change the game plan. And that really needs to kind of come from within here for Tunisia. And they need to just sort of sort it out, because on the CT side, you can become incredibly predictable, incredibly readable. Avo. Hey, look. The jump throw works.
I actually want to keep an eye on how these are landing. And whether... Actually, I don't know if we're playing on the patch or not.
We will.
Yeah. So they've done well landing theirs.
Good stack.
3 players lie in wait. Fast for South Africa. IHS, Megs, both getting a kill. Dina Croft gets 1 from that 3rd position, but without her teammates finding anything, South Africa run rampant. Tita will get 1. Sai, she can win this one. We're in a 2-on-2. It's awkward. Needs to find this kill on the Casey. Can't get it done. Falls now to Tita. She's good. She's finished off. And the pistol goes the way of South Africa.
Yeah, something that South Africa couldn't have done in Dust 2 is win a pistol. Suddenly they grab one here on Mirage. Insta windows being lined up yet again. I'd love also something to change for Tunisia. Sort out your buy-in habits. Like, let's have everyone eco. Let's have everyone buy at the same intervals, because it was messy on Dust 2.
I do think we are going to see a full eco here. We've got a HE. That can be thrown down.
I heard the jump throw there.
Okay, it landed. There's clear fast short. Getting spammed with the smoke, but that's not going to deter them. Quick as you like it. They'll be getting in momentarily.
Is there ever a world where we see South Africa just go mid to B until it doesn't work?
I mean, we've seen them do like similar rounds over and over again. Anubis, for instance, yeah. Joseph B on the farm. Oh, Lazy with the Zeus. Hey, she got the kill. Let's go.
A Zeus in the grand final.
That's what you want.
Unfortunately, it just doesn't matter, but at least she gets $100 in the kill bonus, so pays back half the Zeus.
Yeah, well, more importantly, you've removed $2,000 plus, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's always worth it to get a kill rather than not getting a kill. It's all about the opportunity cost, you know? It's not just what you get, but what you remove.
It's a Mac 10.
Yeah, but it's also armor. It's $2,000. Well, actually be more than that, because you buy an AK, you presume. So, always worth it.
Boost up. Mid to B. We're going to get this every round until it doesn't work, guys.
Groundhog Day. Yeah, why not? Avo gets that one. Lazy. Can't convert the spray.
That's so wild. IHS just runs forward with the bomb out.
This is winnable. IHS is low. Smoke, though, lands in window. It's landed on the outside. But everything is smoked off right now. Which doesn't make it easier. Molly a little too early. Time ticking. Might be a kid on site, but not on these players. Now Megs will confirm with a kill on the side. Lazy, yeah, you're done for. Bit too indecisive, I feel. You either needed to go for that immediately or to save.
And Tunisia haven't been saving. I think they saved 1 round in D2, and like that was it, really. So I think it probably just makes the most sense if you just save at that point, because sure, it is a 3-on-2, but regardless, you just want to kind of keep your economy still stable. This is kind of what I was speaking about. And you're now getting an MP9 brought forward out of Lazy. That's the only investment. Like, I don't hate it, because you are on like the full loss bonus. P90, XM, all the weapons.
No, they've sold.
Good.
So they're going to be keeping a little bit of spare money
in reserve. That's good.
for that next round.
Mid to B, anyone?
This is just where you just go fast A.
Fast A, and then you go back to mid to B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You throw in that little, okay, no, we can go this way. Keep them guessing.
You expect them to stack B. Like, I would expect them to stack B. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense here for South Africa.
Yeah, they're going to have one lurk player go through mid, most like, and then the rest are just going to hit onto the A-bomb site.
I like that it's the same utility as well, because it will keep them guessing. And look, Tunisia are forced to react to this. You're never going to be ready for ramp.
Well, they're already up now. Molotov lands over. 2 players to deal with towards the stairs. Avo looking to be the one that does that. Successfully gets to Megs, catches the player at jungle. And they're cleaning up this half investment with ease. No casualties.
Yeah, very impressive. And exactly what we said. Now you just go back to mid to B, surely. Like, that's got to be the game plan. TNG can buy an AWP Kevlar. Like, wouldn't be having any utility, but I wouldn't hate that. Out of TNG, I think TNG's had a really slow start to the game, and something's got to change. But she's not bought, and we haven't seen the timer move, which gets me concerned.
Yeah, I would like to see that all come out for sure. With her spawn, she could even take it short, perhaps, which I think would be a really nice way to use that AWP early.
Yeah.
Especially because you can't blow that window smoke, so you need to go somewhere where you will have that line of sight. So I think short, given how much South Africa put pressure on towards middle, would be a great idea. That way you get that information really early too. So you can make sure that that's not the intended destination. And then you can focus your players on the apartments also.
I think South Africa have realized that the key to winning these rounds is grouping,
yeah,
and just playing as aggressive as you can, because it really disorientates Tunisia, who want to get set up, who want to feel like, okay, we've got this piece of map control, now we're going to go over here, rather than, oh my god, what's going on? Like, they've taken all this space, we don't know where we're going, we don't know how to move, how do we react to this? Oh, everyone's dead, and
Tunisia are very much a flowchart team. It's very much A to B to C to D. Where and we saw that not working sometimes when Egypt was bringing that chaos in, right? That's when Tunisia were faltering, and South Africa are a team that can just bring that chaos, but if they can do it in a controlled manner, that's what Egypt didn't have. So, yeah, that pace, that overwhelming, catching those timings, that's what South Africa are going to look to exploit.
And we're already seeing just sort of differences between Dust 2 and Mirage as well from South Africa. Like, they are playing a lot more reserved in the after plant. They're making sure that they've got their trade spacing on point and they're not overextending too much, which is what was allowing Tunisia back in that game on Dust 2. And for Mirage, they're making sure that they don't have the same mistakes.
Yeah, this sort of start from South Africa is kind of what we've come to expect. Getting control of the economy early.
Hello.
Hello. Our voice is not in the arena either, so it's just awkward.
It's like, just us saying hello.
We're just watching. Hello.
It's like ultimate people watching.
Yeah.
What are these guys talking about?
They're talking about how Tunisia can win this next gun round. He's arguing about the decision to buy an AWP.
P90.
The other guy's like, no, Sai's going to buy a P90 and it's all over.
It's going to go default over at A.
Haven't actually seen that yet.
No, true.
So that's good. What's the number we're looking at here for Tunisia on this CT side? Given their T side has been their strength.
7.
You think they need more sides on their weaker half?
Yeah.
Can you justify that?
They need all the rounds they can get.
Yeah, obviously.
8.
I think 5 is a reasonable number to be working with. Their stronger side, well, just build into the narrative, please. Don't just build into it, yes, South Africa's better. Build into the narrative.
Sure.
Tunisia's strength has been their T side.
Okay.
So I think 5, it gives them something to work with, they get that pistol.
They're going to get 8 on T side.
They're going to get 8?
Because they need 8 if they get 5.
Yeah, sure. It's the strongest side, so I think... Can they build back to 5? Gives them a chance.
I think they need more, but we'll have to wait and see. Fast play this time through middle. It's going to be Connector, and it's Avo with a quick headshot immediately. South Africa up the ante. And how's that not a kill on TNG? I hate Jess gets legged. Lucky to be alive.
Easy. Oh, that's an adjustment. Doesn't quite connect. Great HE, yeah. Lazy's going to be overwhelmed, though, by these players pushing jungle. Bomb has been planted. Right, just is low, but you've got all of the CTs grouped towards Ticket. IHS spotted, dealt with. And they know a player is stuck behind default. Even a smoke going forward, that might even actually help 2SSB. Flash over, blinds everybody. But now 2SSB is tucked.
There's no kit.
No kit, no time. Yeah, you've got to save. They're trying to go for it, but they're not going to be able to. There's just no way in, and that orb's going to be lost.
This is way worse, the fact that you've given it a go and you've lost absolutely everything. TNG even dies to the bomb. No orb, no money, no rifles. That's devastating.
Yeah, we see this a lot. I feel like they don't have someone in the team that said that is calling
save.
Stop, save, yeah, back out, exit, cancel. They give every round to go, and while that can be good in certain circumstances, in a lot of the times, it isn't. We've seen that twice already. It was the 2-on-3 on the B bomb site where they sat around market waiting for the smokes to fade, where it's just physically impossible to win the round.
Well, the thing is with this one is it's a 3-on-3. You know that 2 players are in towards jungle.
And it's physically impossible to win the round. There's no time.
Because they waited 20 seconds for progressing.
Exactly. So if you got to either go instantly or just call it off. It's indecision that's costing Tunisia considerably.
We said, what's this going to look like when they go down a map? Because they haven't got down a map in the lower bracket. And it's not look great. What is going on here?
Well, they're having fun with it. Very serving up a pizza.
It's such a shame because they get that kill in the 3-on-3 and literally the bomb's just gone down.
Yep. If they had one of those players going through mud hole instead.
I think we're back to mid to B.
Smoke missed. One of 5.
Laser's got to hold on here. They're already scaling. Megs is in ladder. This is ridiculous tempo.
They're aware of it though, so it's not going to be any sort of element of surprise. TNG should be aware. Tita caught off though. IHS gets that kill. Megs does catch TNG. She just spammed her out. So now you can just go, hey, you found 2 kills on that side of the map. TSSB continues her lurk and will get the kill. She's ready for a second player. Spots her as she drops, so now they can go anywhere. Sai lies in wait. Sai gets 2. Her P90 always good for the multi on A, but it's too little too late.
Yeah, what a shame. Because she had a really good reaction there to push ramp, take space, just have that initiative to say, okay, well, I can't see them or hear them outside of A. This might be another mid to B. We've seen them in ladder. It's just Tunisia, again, hanging around in middle when they don't need to be. This fight in connector, unnecessary from Tita, just needs to back out.
Yeah, when the smoke fades, she needs to disconnect from that situation because she has no support and she knows that they've swarmed mid. They have the info that they're up in towards ladder room, so...
It's just individual.
Yeah, Tita just shouldn't physically be there when she has no support. If there was a flash or something, maybe. Now we're getting some aggressive. This is what we want to see. Bit of tempo setting. It is with the MP9s, but hey, it's an opening kill.
But you've seen 4. You've seen 4, so now you just go B.
Can they get another onto Casey? No, they can't. It costs them. And now you don't have B. They send 4 players onto the flank. If they'd send 3 up through short, they could have cut off the B. That's a good kill. There's the player advantage. Not a kit though. And Meg spots 1, low HP. Sai picks up the AK, so does Lazy. If they go fast, trade off TNG, there's a way into this. Megs gets the kill, Avo as well, now there's not. Lazy, no chance, can't even get out.
Brilliant from Avo. Puts some molly down on the right-hand side of short, funnels them into the crossfire. So make sure that Megs and Avo are both shooting 2 targets at once. Really important. And the decision-making as well. You saw 4 players, good info from IHS. 4 players push mid. Okay, well, we go B. And it's just instant. That's your difference. That's your difference you're getting. That's why South Africa are running away with this.
I did like this a lot, though. It's something we haven't seen out of Tunisia. It's a shame it comes out in this half-buy round. I hope we do see some of that on the buy round, some sort of initiative taking, whether that's just a push-down rab, whether that's a setup in the apartments. or whether it's the same old default, which it is. Sai, M4, gonna calm this over, but she's in a committed position all alone on the bomb site, and she's gonna get absolutely destroyed. Now they can just scale through to CT as they've taken that player down. All the space is theirs, bombs to be planted. Just call it an 8.
Lazy TNG both get kills apiece. This is a 3-on-3. The stack coming in towards CT. 2 SSB just waiting to default.
Where's Tita?
There's just
She's
no
in sandwich.
util.
She dropped down.
There's no kit, there's no util. But there's that backstab.
No kit. There is one on the site. They can pick that up. You can see that. It's on the body of site. They need a cross to pick it up. A tap on the bomb. Tina Croft's looking for it. They get the kill. Megs can't find it, and they will get the defuse. Call that one a caster curse. That is the first round on the board for Tunisia. And it stays at 7 for South Africa.
Yeah, really well done. Just the fact that you can get in towards sandwich there, and South Africa were none the wiser, fighting through connector very early.
Did they not have flashes into CT there?
They did. I think they threw 1.
Because this is a great entry kill. Okay,
did.
yeah.
They
She
did
just
flash
manages
it.
to get one while she's blind.
And TNG comes around the corner at the time that the flash just doesn't affect.
Yeah, 2 big kills from TNG with that AWP. Not done yet. Mid-smoke missed. It's in spawn. A re-smoke towards window. This one looks like it will hit.
Casey's just out. And it's pushing Palace. Sai's got no idea. They need to come back and clear this.
Yeah, she's finding everything clear.
Oh, that smoke is accidentally amazing.
Doesn't matter. She's just going to extend through, gets the kill, and she keeps going. IHS catches off Lazy. Tunisia unsure, pressure everywhere. There's that AWP going to be smoked off as well. But now the Palace player can activate. Sai gets hers, Dina Croft as well. And it falls to Casey and Megs, who have good positioning. Bomb recollected by Megs. TNG, though, catches another. That AWP is doing it all.
Go
But
big.
Megs has isolated the gap.
Nice.
Knows the player was short, knows TNG has extended. You can see that information goes both ways. TNG going to slow clear it. This fight, if we can get into Meg's POV in this 1v3, she's the player we need to watch. She's the one that has to make the play here. All eyes on Megs. And she can't convert it onto Sai.
That's indecision again from Megs. You've got the info, right? 1 CT, 1 short, 1 like Palace ramp. You've got to make the play. Whether that's isolating the short fight, whether that's just going in towards CT and trying to scale, you've got to do it instantly. And again, it's hesitation. In these moments, she's really hoping that Tunisia will overextend, overstay their welcome. They don't. They don't need to. That's the one thing Tunisia are really good at doing, is staying in the same spot and not moving.
That's true. TNG, so many impactful rounds. That's 2 in a row where she's got the multi-kill with the AWP. It's been that difference maker. She might even be the opener. No, window smoke lands. Looks like she does want to blow it and go for a peek. Casey, again, looking for this crawl out. Good molly to offset this player. Can't find her at triple.
There's 2 here.
It has 2 now set on default. TNG just swings over. This was the AWP diff we were talking about on Dust 2. We're seeing it on Mirage. Tina Croft punishes that boost up. Even a dink onto IHS. It's taken them 7 rounds to wake up, but Tunisia are in the server.
But also South Africa have just stopped doing what was winning them rounds. They've stopped being progressive. They've tried to play a little bit more default, and it just hasn't worked. And they were getting punished like this on Dust 2. I don't know why they've changed the style of their rounds, because it was working. There's still a way in to be here, but Lazy needs to come over these rotates. Surely she can hear the utility.
She's guaranteed one from this spot, like every single day. Oh no, Meg.
Stop doing it.
Brutalizes her on the entry. A hard open. But Tita, able to walk through. Meg's cleared her, but Tita catches the timing to walk in. So now the bomb will have to be planted. And it's a 2-on-2 player
HP
extending
so
through
low.
short. AWP from TNG. Hunting, spotting, can't get it. IHS with the headshot. Oh, make it 2.
What a round. What a round. 2v4 in essence. And Meg's just deals out the opening kills, and IHS just swings and closes. That is absurd.
That one looked like it was going to be Tunisia, as they got all the opening kills.
Yeah. But what did they do? They didn't rotate. And Lazy's con the flashes, and the rotates are just so far away. Again, you're at this point where you're just leaving players so often over at A when you don't need to. You need to be a lot more fluid just in this mid-round. It's just not there.
Got a side through in HE. She would have been guaranteed a kill, or maybe even two there. Oh, this round might even be done before we get to see it. A fight in middle. They've left the bomb in spawn, but they're just running over everyone anyway. Shouldn't be an issue. They know where this last player is. Lazy. Yeah, you are done for. An AWP lies in wait on B. Casey lies in wait in jungle. That was a very quick round.
Yeah, we literally got back in game and like 3 players had died.
Yeah.
This could be the most dominant first half I think we've seen all Casablanca. Second map of the grand final here. Could be 10-2.
Question the idea of South Africa picking into a map that Tunisia have first picked in a couple of series, but clearly have a good read on how Tunisia want to play and their play style. It's like scissor versus rock. South Africa are rocking their way to Riyadh. 4 rounds. That spot is theirs.
Only one team can make it through. Backs against the wall, Tunisia desperate to secure this round. To give them something, anything. You asked for 5, I asked for 7. They've currently got 2. That's the difference between 7 and 5.
This guy. That's why he's the brains of the operation.
Oh, TNG. Oh no. Was that worth it? We'll have to find out.
Not when she's been such an important part of the piece for Tunisia.
Look at this variance, by the way. Palace. That's now the next play.
Tita. Oh.
Right, yeah, we know you're there. Every round in default.
You're always there. You can't act surprised.
They were watching yesterday. They did their homework.
You can see from the cameras, the Tunisian players, that pressure feels bad. I think
something's happened.
There was a tech. I mean, the damage has been done.
Yeah.
The opening kill happened, 40 seconds ago.
If damage has been done, then damage has been
that's
done.
always been the rule, but I don't think that's the rule here because we replayed the pistol round in the last map.
True.
So I think
I wonder if TNG got the kill and timed out.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. It did seem from their reactions that they were a little off by that round, so I don't know. Not a great way for the last round to end.
No, definitely not.
We'll see what happens now, whether that is going to be attempted to be rerun or... I personally don't think it should.
No, it shouldn't be.
I don't think the pistol
Tunisia got the opening
round.
kill.
Yeah. There is clearly a tech issue. We do have admin taking a look over at Tunisia. Yeah, it's not a great time for that to happen.
No, definitely not.
I mean, if it affected all players, then that is very unfortunate. But I don't...
let's be, Lucy, I'm just going to be brutally honest. 9-3, 10-2, like what?
What's the difference?
What's the difference?
Yeah.
I mean, if Tunisia do stake a claim here, they are able to come back, then I will personally apologize, but I can't see it happening in the manner of the way these rounds are being won. Like,
no.
It's not... South Africa are in a different league right now.
Yeah, for all I've said about the T side of Tunisia, I don't think it's on the sort of level to pull off that sort of comeback. I think it's enough that they could potentially post up the majority of the rounds in that half. I think they could get 7 T side rounds. I don't think they can get 10. I don't think they can get 9.
The difference is as well is you got to factor in the pistol, because if they can't win the pistol here, if South Africa win the pistol, they basically won the game. So they've got complete control of the economy early.
Yeah, at that point you have to force back if you're Tunisia and hope you win that, and then you reset their economy and you have that way in. I mean, that's how Dust 2 started, right? They got off to a good start on that T side, reset the economy early. We're up 4-1. But when the guns came out for the CTs, that's where things got tricky. We saw the way that South Africa were playing that CT side of Mirage. It was all about mid control, and focusing on that single choke point. I think they're going to completely lock out mid here.
Yeah, they are.
Tunisia's game plan, if you watched earlier in the tournament, it was very mid-focused on their CT side.
Yeah.
They were able to get that control. That was the game plan. So you assume that South Africa will want to try and take that fight for them, bully them out of that space.
How many times was I screaming yesterday for Egypt to fight mid? Like, I don't know. I felt like I exhausted myself just saying, just fight middle, for goodness sake. Have that variation. Push in, get aggressive. South Africa are going to do that. And it won't just come through middle. It'll come through the extremities as well. It'll come through ramp. It'll come through Palace. I'm going to be honest. I don't know what is happening.
Yeah, so I imagine we're having a dispute about whether that round should be replayed. So I'm not sure what the official rulebook states. Maybe there isn't a specific clause, and that's why there's some discussion around this. But the traditional sense in most high-level CS is if damage has been done, the round is live.
Yeah. And that's how it should be.
It removes the ambiguity, right?
Yeah.
And
especially when you got the opening kill. Like.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
But, if she got the opening kill and then the rest of the players, all have a problem at the same time. That's very different. But yeah.
We will have to wait and see. South Africa, though.
I don't think it's a big deal for South Africa to replay it, as you mentioned. I don't think 9 or 10 rounds matters to them, so to speak.
For all intents and purposes as well, they are just literally like 2 steps away from qualifying.
They'll probably win the rerun of it anyway, if there is one.
Of course, this is the final of the CS2 women's tournament. The final of the CS men's is tomorrow.
Yeah, did you see the bracket for that? I think it's played out the same way as ours has.
Okay.
Let me bring it back up. Sorry, you'll have to give me a second just to bring it up. But I'm fairly certain they have the same teams that have qualified through in the same fashion. So where are we? African Championship for men's. So I believe, if I look at the bracket here, Tunisia versus South Africa is the grand final, and then the third place decider is between Namibia and Egypt. So they could end up with the same top 3, technically, and I think they likely will. I think Egypt is the stronger team, from what I hear. Actually, I don't know. Egypt did beat them in the... Yeah, Egypt beat them. Yeah. So Egypt should be favored. It should be the same top 3, which would be really funny.
That's really cool, yeah. Imagine that. It's like it's the CS2 men's and it's the CS2 women.
Oh, it might not be, actually. They have an interesting grand final. Tunisia beat South Africa in the group stage.
Okay.
2-1.
Spicy.
So that's very spicy.
Yeah, Neo and Anders will be running you through that tomorrow. Here, we still lie in wait, nervously anticipate what the outcome is, whether we are going to just continue play right now, whether the tech issue is going to be resolved. Sai's having a giggle.
Well, at the very least, for Tunisia in particular, it's a moment of respite where, the pressure has been on this entire map and you feel like every round you lose is one step away from, was it close to elimination, right? Yeah. One step away from losing the opportunity to go to Riyadh. So you feel that pressure mounting every single moment. Now there's just this reprieve. Oh.
Hello.
Hello. This reprieve, I don't know where the camera is.
I don't know either.
There's this reprieve somewhere.
Where are you, camera?
I don't know. It's looking at me, though. It's over here somewhere.
Hey, guys.
No, it's over there.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, this is awkward.
Oh, hello.
We're here. Do you see? Oh, hey, South Africa.
Waving at us.
Hello. They think we're actually waving at the screen.
Yeah, we're actually waving at us.
That's so
guys.
awkward. Oh, well, it's not awkward. It's nice.
It's fine.
We're all friends here. That's one of the cool things about this event is, the community.
Yeah.
I think, we have all these nations coming together of players that we know, from other teams that they've played in over the years. And it's cool to see them
I just realised it's definitely that camera there in the corner.
Where?
It is the corner. The guy holding it.
Oh, was he pointing it at us?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, where am I? Where am I looking? But yeah, it's cool to watch these players, you know, year after year.
Thank you to Iesf as well for actually bringing us out here on site, because it means a lot, not only for us just kind of explore like the culture, like Morocco in general, but also just having an opportunity to speak with the players, because that's something with ESL Impact. It's like we're not on site much, so it's good to be able to kind of just speak to them and just get, I don't know, just grow personalities and like just kind of develop friendships with them.
Yeah, no, it's a really important part of the community, right? Because not to big us up, we're the storytellers, right? You know, we're the ones that kind of paint the pictures, give you the storyline.
We don't write the script.
We don't write the scripts. We just tell it, and you know, getting that first-hand experience, to being able to talk with the characters that make up our stories. You know, get to know them better. Allows us to give you a better experience.
It's even like talking to some of the Egypt players. It's like I'd never have the opportunity to do that.
No.
Like at all. So the fact that we've got to do it twice, first in Yash, now here in Casablanca. Really
How
cool.
good's Riyadh's going to be there?
I know.
So many different countries are going to be there.
I'm so excited for Riyadh.
I think it's like 600 teams, like just across every esport is going to be at that event.
Yeah.
I mean, the scale of it for the women's Counter-Strike this year compared to, it's like over double the size.
Double,
like it's really cool. Like it's going to be a proper world championship, which obviously what the point is, but just the scale of it is incredible. I really.
If it's getting bigger every year, like
I think that's going to be the highlight of the year. I know Yash last year was our highlight of the year.
Absolutely.
Like just that event and the whole setting for it, the stage, orchestra. The CS orchestra. That was cool. The display they did with the drones.
That was
how
awesome.
sick was that? The Dutch team winning and then going on stage
Arvin van Buren,
on the other side. How cool was that?
We managed to get backstage.
Yeah, we were backstage. That was also super cool.
Also
but
cool.
like,
what a great experience for the Netherlands
yeah,
players.
creating memories. If you haven't seen that footage, guys, you should go look it up. Team Netherlands, Iesf.
They got recognised as well in the. Correct me if I'm wrong, Netherlands fans, if you're watching, but. I remember, like, the Twins' dad was telling me that they got sort of like an award by like the government.
Yeah, I think they did. That does sound right.
Which
is
really cool.
Yeah. No, it's very different to kind of the traditional esports where it's all, you know, like organization based. It's all very private equity kind of stuff. You know, when it's national based, you know, you have that link into your government's esports organization. It adds this level of prestige, right?
It
where
does.
you're not just representing your team. You're representing your entire country, which comes with it a different type of pressure, but also a different type of reward. And you can see South Africa, they're very happy to be here. Megs is happy to be here, even if she doesn't always look like it. She's just a stone cold killer.
True.
Ice cold, in and out the server.
Meggy Weggy.
And yet she goes by Meggy Weggy, the
know.
most cutesy name. It's like, crazy you want to be called Meggy Weggy. And you beg people to call you Meggy Weggy.
She's going to hate us so much.
And then you have such a cool demeanor.
Yeah.
Yeah, not me, guys. I'm not Uwu. Secretly am.
It's just like me.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
I got this like cool persona.
Yeah, it's just, I'm always saying this.
Everyone looks at the camera, pans to me, it's like, damn. Just oozes aura. He goes by B-Dog.
V-Dog. No, V-Dog is like, you know, Snoop Dogg, you know.
Yeah.
You got that cool name in the way like a 12-year-old in 2005 making their first Xbox account has.
Yeah, true. We don't want to delve into my past gamer tags. We really don't.
Oh, we don't?
No, we don't.
Oh.
No,
Is there some juicy ones?
They're just not very funny.
Oh, okay.
But like I thought they were cool at the time.
You got one?
I had iPro at the start of my name once.
iPro.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not saying the end of the end of
cool.
the name. I'll tell you off stream.
Okay. You didn't have any like the XX Sniper 360
No,
no-scope XX?
no.
I had an XX one back in the day.
I don't mind leaking this. I used to go by B-Raws.
Okay, well that's...
Pretty because my surname.
Because your name, yeah.
But I did that, and then the emo kids were like Raw XD, and then so like I had it RAW.
Everyone thought you were Raw XD.
I was Raw XD, but I also had XX, so it's XXB Raws XX.
Oh no!
So
Everyone just thought you were a little scene kid.
I know, and I wasn't. I was just me.
Yeah.
I was just typing my name, dog.
Oh no! Scene kid by accident.
So I went B-dog.
No, you just B-dog.
Yeah, sorry guys, still don't know what the issue is, so now I'm talking about my gamer tags. I'm hoping that the issue's resolved.
Yeah. I think the various coaches from their two teams having a chat about what's going on.
Yeah, about what the go is.
But yeah, headsets are off, so
definitely not
still
live.
resolving.
Yeah.
So who do you think is winning the whole thing in Riyadh?
Oh, okay.
Give me your top 3 placings.
France.
Number 1.
No, just top 3.
Okay, sure.
I don't want to rank them.
Okay,
yet.
sure, yeah.
I'm trying to actually think of all the teams that are going first. France. Do I think Portugal will be up there? I don't.
No,
I
don't think so.
know.
I think their run through the qualifier looked a bit messy
shaky.
at times.
Looked
yeah,
really shaky.
which is surprising considering the caliber of players, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that they've got their record that played together for
Agreed.
so long.
I do think Argentina will do damage again.
I think Argentina are a real dark horse.
I think so. I think Spain are actually quite dark horses as well. I think even though they look good in group stage, I do think they'll like press on.
Yeah,
It
they feel a little up and
depends
down to
how much
me.
practice they'll have.
That's true.
I can see that. I can see Denmark doing pretty decently. Obviously, Netherlands are going to be up there. It's got to be Poland, Netherlands, France. I think.
You don't think any of the other regions have got it outside of Argentina? You don't think like Team USA, for instance?
I don't think Team USA have got enough. I think they got enough to make playoffs. I think that's another thing.
Team Australia were a top 3 last time.
True.
But I think that hinges on whether Bibiane plays.
If Bibiane plays, then yeah, we can have that conversation. But
if she doesn't play, I don't think they can get top 4.
No, agreed. I think Canada have got an okay chance. It depends sort of like how they figure out their structure, because I think like there's a lot of missing pieces there. I think with Team Canada, and they just need to kind of sort it out. Also, I think the biggest interesting question for me, I'll throw it out there now because obviously we're just chilling, we're in podcast mode, is how much will the ESL Impact Season 6 finals have in terms of preparation compared to IESF? It's like how you've got a lot of players that are going to be competing
in both, right?
both. So what's the prioritization going to be? Because I would imagine it's probably domestic rather than international. But then how much time do you get to play international? Like what does the boot camp look like? What does the you got to now juggle both of these things because
they're right after each other.
ESL Impact Season 6 finals is like 2 days after the IESF.
Yeah, so that's definitely going to be a factor, and you are expecting, I mean, it'd be very surprising if some of these players, like, for instance, the Navi players will be there, right? There's 5 European slots for the ESL Impact Finals, so that's already the core of Team Poland that's focusing on that.
Yeah.
Not to mention
Poland,
D7.
Portugal.
And
Astra
from Team France. That's 5 players, or 3 teams.
Oh my gosh.
They're going to be affected. All right, guys, it looks like the conclusion is that South Africa do take that 10th round. And we will be playing it out 10-2. I think that's the correct ruling based on how most of these things go.
Casters start game. Okay, here we go. Round 13, 10-2. Lots of utility for both TNG and Dina Croft.
And South Africa are 3 rounds away from securing a spot in Riyadh. And they want to take the fight all the way to Tunisia, pushing through underpass, an opening kill onto Lazy, quickly clearing it, seeing nobody, but A is completely open.
Yeah, and look, the rotations are going to be here in time. Even if they've been smoked off, they've got flashbangs here. I hate JS2 SSB can send the troops forward.
Kid in play as well, flashbang over. Does I just want to go for this? No. Waiting for these players to come through CT, a gush on the 2SSB, but Avo hits the shot. Avo takes another. And now it falls to Dina Croft and TNG. That bomb down, they need this round desperately. Dina Croft delivers 1, but Avo, of course it's Avo. An unstoppable force. Megs will confirm it, and the pistol goes to South Africa.
Yeah, that's the difference, right? 2 pistols taken for Tunisia on Dust 2. On Mirage, on South Africa's pick, they have taken both. and it's Avo at the helm of it all. Huge impact from Avo, the 16-year-old from South Africa, leading the line here and trying to get them one step closer, one round closer to Riyadh.
It's got to be a force from Tunisia.
Has to be.
It's the only thing they can do. They got 2 kills, they got the bomb down, they need to reset the economy of the CTs. They have force bought in, we have 2 Khalils, 3 MAC-10s. And if they lose this, it's done. South Africa are on 12, series point, and your money is gone. This is the last stand for Tunisia.
And it's slow. The bomb's in spawn. Mid control taken. Ramp tested.
Avo looking for the fight. KC will actually get one towards ramp. That's on the aggression. Dina Croft brought down low. A flash out from Avo, but TNG full blind. Still gets the kill, but iHHS out of nowhere comes in short. Lines up 2. And now it is 2 that stand for Tunisia. Sai and Lazy. Casey, I swear to God, if you don't fix that scroll wheel for Riyadh, another one of these jumps. The bomb grouping towards B, but look at the aggressive push from Megs. She might just cut them off. She's in the perfect place to end it all. There she goes for 1. Sai trades. Picks up that M4. Molotov, if she'd thrown that, would have gone straight onto iHHS's position. And iHHS, what a round for her. 3 in at 19 on the board and series point for South Africa.
Yeah, Riyadh point. Really good one from iHHS. Needed to get those trades. Avo was looking underpass when the flash came over the top, so she was a sitting duck. But it was iHHS with all the trades. 3 crucial kills. And now you're at a point where no bomb plant. 2-stage loss bonus. You're going to be forcing back in if you're Tunisia. It's going to be a similar buy. In fact, it might even be a little bit worse.
Yeah, saw the Khalils on the board. 3 of them.
Here's that mid-fight.
Yeah, Avo's looking for it. Just going to smoke it off. Deny that control that Tunisia have worked so hard in the past to establish. And they're just defaulting. Spreading across the map, but not getting any space off it.
Great angle here from Megs. Just the new headshot one since CS2 came out. It's not new anymore, but newish. Avo, overlooked.
A half clear.
Yeah, not good enough. Dina Croft, a cursory glance, but it's Avo with the knockout punch. And now we're in this position where, sure, you've got Tita underpass. If Lazy can catch this kill, I think she spotted Avo. Now waits patiently, but it relies a lot on what happens here at ramp.
Avo gets the kill, but Casey and 2SSB at ramp did their job. And again, a 2-on-4 to decide Tunisia's fate. South Africa came into this event as the favorites. And now they look to plant their flag. Lazy spotted towards top middle. Tita pushing forward towards the apartments. Megs wants to take the fight to her and wins it out. Lazy has to go back and get that bomb. 2SSB lies in wait. Looking to deal that knockout blow. Looking to send South Africa to Riyadh. They've done it. Tunisia eliminated. South Africa are your African esports champions.
Yeah, well done. And in Casablanca too, 13-2 dominance on Mirage. And for Tunisia, it maybe have sounded harsh for me saying, look, that scoreline on Dust 2 didn't really reflect the nature of what this looked like. But South Africa then go ahead and prove it on their map pick. They went with Mirage, they came with the game plan, and Tunisia just couldn't hang.
Yep, a no-nonsense victory from South Africa. The sort of Counter-Strike we expected to see from them coming into this. They showcased it when the pressure was on. When they got tested on Dust 2, they came into Mirage, played their best Counter-Strike. And Tunisia, yes, there were moments of brilliance in there, but it was sprinkled throughout, and it wasn't enough to stand against a South Africa to come in with so much individual skill, the team play on point. This was theirs for the taking. Mirage a lockout.
I think what's brilliant here is that South Africa have got every single player that can step up, and the floor is just so big compared to the other teams that we've got in this competition. I think Meg's had a great series where she went a little bit missing on day one. I think 2SSB was brilliant all series long as well. Like, everyone was just chugging along. Everyone was coming in with these multi-kills. They didn't rely on an individual to pop off because everyone was.
Commiserations for Tunisia, who did have a long run here, right? They lose that opening series to Egypt. They have to battle back through that lower bracket every game, an elimination game. They take down the hometown heroes of Morocco. They get that rematch versus Egypt where they're able to get the victory 2-0. But South Africa, nothing but 2-0s on their sheet. They qualify to Riyadh without dropping a single map.
Yeah, that's really impressive from South Africa. I do want to give a lot of praise to Tunisia, though, because I feel like they really do deserve it. I Hate Jess, the MVP, deserved. Was getting so many multi-kills, even in the closing stage of that game. Got an important triple kill in the penultimate round of the game. 117 ADR, and that wasn't just on Mirage. D2 was really good from her as well.
Yeah, she was so pivotal on short. You know, she plays a lot of these kind of secondary star rifling positions, and you can see she's really got the talent to back it up. So really impressive performance from her. But the whole squad, as you mentioned, was stepping up at different times. 2SB was the MVP of map 1, but I feel like on map 2, almost every player was like 15 kills plus.
I want to give a really big shout out to Avo as well, because I think Avo's calling and sort of managing in the mid rounds was brilliant, and definitely flew under the radar quite a lot because we're speaking about individuals. But look, here's the reality. She's 16 years old. She's IGLing for 80k, which probably means she's IGLing for South Africa, and we're getting all of this variance. Go back, watch Dust 2, look at how many different instances of aggression we got in different forms. And that is brilliant, and that's all from Avo.
Yeah, having Avo and then having 2SB also brings experience to the table as well. You kind of get a lot of ideas you can work off between them.
She's 16!
It's 16, yeah. It's really cool, this mix of old and new, right? Of the fresh talent, the raw aim, and the experience. And that combination, that special formula, that's been enough for South Africa here. We did both pick them as the team that we expected to qualify, and yeah, the script was correct this time, guys. South Africa, they came in as the favorites, and on the today, the favorites prevailed.
Yeah, they absolutely did, and that concludes the CS2 women's just in Casablanca. We've seen Tunisia have come second. We also had Egypt come third, Morocco came fourth, but it's South Africa that are your champions. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching all week long. And until next time, we'll see you soon in Riyadh for the World Esports Championships.